Route 66 turns 100 this year, and we spent 16 days driving the 2,448 miles through 8 states from Chicago to Santa Monica. We stopped at every giant statue, flickering neon sign, and every iconic diner we could find. And this is the full video of the entire drive. If you've seen the previous parts, this is all of them put together, and I hope you enjoy our second drive on Route 66. Let's jump in. We arrived the previous night after spending 3 days driving from California to Chicago to start our journey. Grabbed some pizza, checked into our first historic hotel, and recorded this intro video. We're starting our Route 66 journey, 2,400 miles from Chicago to Los Angeles. Also, this time we're doing Route 66 in the correct direction. Let's jump in. The next day we woke up and we headed to Navy Pier to see the newly installed Route 66 sign. They now call this the Pier-to-Pier Drive, with the ceremonial start at Navy Pier and the ceremonial end at Santa Monica Pier. And then from there we drove 10 minutes over to the corner of Michigan and Adams, which is the official start of Route 66.
Route 66 journey starts now.
I'm excited, and I'm excited to go this direction. We were talking about it earlier. Should be cool.
If you haven't seen our previous Route 66 video, then note we're going to stop at a lot of places over the next 2 weeks, and the first was Lou Mitchell's.
Lou Mitchell's, where the road begins since 1923, Route 66. They bring you out a donut hole and a orange slice as an appetizer. First donut cheers of Route 66. They are incredibly fast here. This is like 7 minutes after we sat down, we already got our food. Thick grilled French toast. That is thick grilled French toast right there.
This diner is actually 3 years older than Route 66, and over its time it's served a long list of US presidents from Reagan to Obama, and it's become another unofficial start point on Route 66, with most people stopping here to get a breakfast before they head out.
Be sure to come early. There's a decent line of people waiting now. We got here at around 8 o'clock, and now we're heading out of Chicago.
From there, we said goodbye to the skyscrapers of Chicago, and we started the road west. And our next stop brought us to Castle Car Wash, which was created in 1926. And while it's no longer open, it's still a fun quick stop.
These signs are a nice addition to Route 66. We definitely didn't see these last time we were here. I wonder how many they put in, or if it's just an Illinois thing. All right, Pops, that was stop number 1. How many stops do you think we're going to do on Route 66?
Knowing you, I'm going to say 200.
I'm going to go 250. And I don't think we'll ever know the answer unless someone counts them and then tells us in the comments down below.
From there, we continued on towards Joliet, and we started seeing Route 66 signs almost immediately. It already felt different than the first time we did this drive, and there's a lot more love, it seems like. You can find a map of everywhere we stopped on the Patreon, and next up was Joliet Prison, also known for its connection to the Blues Brothers.
Blues Brothers got a third member. Perfect.
After paying our fee to visit the prison, we had to walk along the road to access the entrance.
This prison might not sound that exciting to you, but it's very exciting for me because this is my third attempt to try to get here. The first Route 66, Lincoln Highway, and now I am finally seeing it.
This prison opened in 1858 when the first 53 prisoners arrived. It replaced Illinois' original prison and became known for its bad conditions, and eventually closed in 2002. I'm not going to spend a lot of time on it in this video, but maybe in the future I'll make a history video on it. But I wanted to make sure I showcased it because it is popular for people who love the Blues Brothers movie, since that movie starts with Elwood picking up his brother Jake, who had just been released from the prison. From there, we made our way into the town of Joliet to see more Route 66 sites. Here's our first of what will undoubtedly be many things that are closed on the route. It says that it's open online, but it is not open, and it says closed for the season on the side. It's the middle of May though, so I'm not sure when the season is that it opens. The other thing you want to see is Dick's on 66, which is basically right down from the ice cream place. And check it out, right here you are standing on original Route 66 roadway. Dick's on 66 is actually a towing company that started in the 1970s, but it is one of the most photographed spots on this section of Route 66 with the cool cop car outside. And then from there we made our way down to the Joliet Area History Museum.
And this stop is known as the First 100 Miles Visitor Center. Check it out, you can actually sign this Route 66 sign. Alright, let's see if Pops can get in the Route 66 car. There you go, side saddle riding.
The museum has some Route 66 stuff in the lobby that you can see for free, including a place where you can pose with the Blues Brothers. And then upstairs is the actual museum, which you have to pay to enter.
It's always cool to see these maps and to look at all of the things that we're going to see along our journey. And here's their special exhibition on Route 66.
The paid part of the museum is great if you want to learn about Joliet's history, but it doesn't have a lot of Route 66 history in it, so you can see most of that down in the lobby. Heading on, we took some pictures with the Route 66 sign outside, and then we drove about 5 minutes to the Illinois Rock and Roll Hall of Fame, which was where we could pick up the Route 66 passports.
Now presenting Pops singing the most famous band from Illinois.
Saturday in the park. I think it was the 4th of July.
Boo! Hey Pops, turn it up to 11.
Gotta get up to 11.
This is a cool museum with a lot of information on Illinois rock and roll history and some cool things that you can see, but not a lot on Route 66, so we just went and grabbed our passports before heading on.
We picked up the Mother Road passport, and we're getting our first stamp of this part of this Route 66 drive. All right. I don't know, it feels kind of like Route 66 has begun when we got the stamp books because we had so much fun with these last time. So first passport stamp.
Another cool thing about Joliet is that it's the crossroads of the Lincoln Highway, another long road trip we did, and Route 66. So you can see both signs in the middle of the downtown.
If you want to watch our 14 days across the Lincoln Highway, I'll put that up here, but it is a 4-hour video. It was a big adventure.
I have to give Joliet a shout out. They were a great start to Route 66 for us with lots of cool signs, and there was benches they had created, the historic Rialto Theater, and there was even like a little Route 66 park right in the middle.
Now we're heading on to what was one of my favorite stops last time we did the route.
Heading on from Joliet, we drove about 40 minutes to our next stop, our first of the many giants we were going to be seeing on Route 66.
Wow, so cool to see this guy again, and he is fixed up and looks way better than last time.
The Gemini Giant was bought in 1965 for a small local restaurant that was trying to advertise their hot dogs and ice cream to travelers on Route 66. Ownership of the restaurant changed hands many times over the years, eventually closing in 2022. No one knew what would happen to the Giant, but he was actually bought and preserved, and they even created this park for him right near the original restaurant.
Did you know Pops was actually the Gemini Giant?
It's true. Few people know that.
There's even a store here now where you can buy all the Gemini Giant merch that you need.
I wasn't like super excited about doing Route 66 again, but you guys, after the first day, I'm so excited now. Everybody's excited about it. There's so much going on. There's signs. There's all sorts of new stuff to see. This is going to be really fun, I think.
Next up, it was time for lunch, and so it was over to the Polka Dot Drive-In, a loved spot that's been on the route since the 60s. This place is awesome from the moment you pull up with all of the fiberglass statues outside, and then when you walk in, it feels like a retro diner with a jukebox and the overall decor and vibe. While it's not the best meal you're gonna have on the trip, it's definitely good for what it is, and the price is right. We got a couple burgers, fries, and a milkshake, and it came out to around 15 bucks.
So right across the street from that Polka Dot diner that we were just at is something called the Braidwood Zoo. It's kind of silly little roadside attraction here.
Created by local artist Jack Barker, these pieces were made mostly of scrap metal and shredded plastic.
Did you know that Braidwood was the macaroni capital of the world?
Following the route from here, we made our way to Gardner, Illinois, and we stumbled on this place called The Shop on Route 66. This was the first of many highlights on our drive, as the owner Tom Perkins was fantastic, and he talked to us all about the route and even offered to take our picture all throughout his shop with his cool souvenirs that he had.
So the shop we were at is right there, and then basically right down the road is the 2-cell jail. The claim to fame they were telling me about this spot is that there's a book that you can sign, and that Paul McCartney signed it when he came through here.
And his signature page was stolen 2 days later.
But just as good, Pops signed it as well. And like all of our videos, Pops is now in jail.
What the heck? This guy here's been on this pot for days.
Yeah, he's not going to give you the toilet either.
What's crazy about this jail is that it opened in 1906 and they actually used it until the late 1950s, which is pretty surprising.
Right next to the jail cell, there's this cool old diner.
The streetcar was a diner that sat on Route 66 back in the 1950s. It sat vacant for decades, but then it was restored by the Route 66 Association in 2001.
We made it to our first of what will be lots of service stations on this route, I'm sure. And our first of what will be many Pops cutout pictures. Pops, the gas station attendant on Route 66.
Want me to fill her up?
Yes, please. Last time we were here, Pops rang the bell on this too. I don't know if they want you ringing it again. Oh, now you're an official fireman with the fireman hats.
I can ring the bell.
Fire! Fire! Fire!
Let's go!
Check it out. This is how they knew people would be here, and it still works.
The service station began its life here in 1933, and it was many things over the years before a major restoration opened it as a historic spot in 2007. Service stations like this are a dime a dozen, especially on the eastern part of Route 66. As you can see, we're heading to another one right here.
Wow, this is a cool old service station.
But be sure to take them in as you can, because as you continue west, there's fewer of them and they're not as well restored. From there, we quickly made our way down to Pontiac as there was 2 museums we wanted to see before they closed. The first of these was the Pontiac Oakland Automobile Museum, which is the only museum in the world entirely dedicated to these 2 automobile brands.
If you're a car fan, this is a great museum. It's not that big, but it has some amazing cars, especially all of the different Pontiacs they have. There's an actual picture of Pops in the 1960s.
I'm not a huge car person, so I didn't stay too long, but I walked across the downtown square over to the historic Pontiac Route 66 Museum.
Unfortunately, the huge bummer is that they're working on this area back here next to this place where you can usually take a picture. I was really hoping to take a picture there. It's kind of crazy they're still working on this in May instead of having it done for the centennial.
Pontiac is also known for all the murals it has around town, especially the one for Bob Waldmeyer. Bob Waldmeyer is a larger-than-life character on Route 66, and he spent decades driving up and down the route and filling his sketchbooks with hand-drawn maps and whimsical illustrations of towns and diners and roadside oddities. This museum is known as the Route 66 Hall of Fame, and it actually has a lot of artifacts from his life here.
In the museum, you can see Bob Waldmeyer's old VW van. It says he's one of the last of the hippies that lived on the route, driving up and down it and living in his van. It's pretty awesome. He also inspired the character Fillmore in Cars movie. It's so cool to see that he has a map that's painted on the top of the bus of Route 66. Look at that.
There's more you can see in this museum, but it's mostly random artifacts specifically around the state of Illinois. And then there's a few more exhibits upstairs on World War II and some other non-Route 66 stuff.
The last time we were here, Pop sat in one of these cars, and they don't have the one that he sat in anymore, so he's gonna sit in this one.
I actually did a painting of Josh sitting in one of these
Vincent Van Pops.
that said that this one is not a Van Gogh.
It doesn't go anywhere.
Continuing on, we only had a few more things to do on our first day on Route 66, and next up was to stop at Memory Lane outside of Lexington.
Yeah, it seems like the coolest thing about this, though, is this is an actual 1 mile stretch of Route 66.
Original Route 66 with a Burma shave sign like it used to be.
And then 20 minutes from Lexington, we were arriving in Bloomington Normal.
Look at Normal, Illinois representing Route 66 right there.
This 2-story service station was the last thing that we were trying to get to before it closed for the day. The service station now is just a shop, but the person who works there and owns it is fantastic and always fun to talk to.
They have some awesome jackets in here as well that she said she has a local seamstress make. Very cool. This is the first time I've seen this. It's like a Route 66 EV charger. This spot also has a special place in my heart because I visited with my grandma last time I was here. And if you're wondering if my grandma's coming on the route with us, she is, but she lives in St. Louis, so we're gonna catch her when we get down there. We're trying really hard to be healthy on this trip, really hard. But when you see
Ice cream muffler men on Route 66. You have to support the business that puts that in. Unfortunately, twist our arm.
Carl and Marge have always been my favorite people.
So yeah, let's go see if the ice cream's as cool as those muffler men are, and women. I'm taking one for the team on this.
I think
Pick me.
I'll pass on that flavor.
Maple walnut?
Yeah, walnutty, maple overwhelming the walnut, but nice together.
Walnutty, it's a new word.
It's walnutty.
I got the most popular Cookie Monster. I don't honestly care if it's good or not. I like the muffler people. But here we go. Good ice cream. Just like the Route 66 of old, the muffler men brought us in to try the establishment. We have one more stop left today, and that's to see more muffler men in a town about 20 minutes south. Our last stop of the day brought us to Atlanta, Illinois, home to the Giants. Shout out to Atlanta. We just got here and there's 4 muffler men over there. There's the pie lady we already saw, and then here's one of the famous ones right here. This is a cool stop. This Giant stood over Bunyan's hot dog stand from when it opened in 1966 to when it closed in 2002. So for some reason I can't remember, in 2019 we did a jump here, so we're gonna do it again, and Pops is gonna try not to hurt himself for the rest of the road trip. Are you ready?
Yeah.
3, 2, 1. Was it awesome?
I was off the ground.
And then right across the street is the American Giants Museum. The only bummer for us is that this place is closed. It's the first place we haven't been able to get to today. I was planning on staying in Bloomington, which would have made it so that we could come here tomorrow, but unfortunately because it was graduation, there was no hotels that were under $400, and so we're staying in Lincoln, which means we're not gonna see this tomorrow. As you can see, even with the museum closed, you can still come and experience these awesome Giants. I think this may be my favorite spot of the day so far. Since we visited, they actually added 2 more Giants, and they have a YouTube channel where they restore them that you can watch. I'll link to that in the description. Don't forget to see the pie lady on the way out of Atlanta, and that is it for day 1 on Route 66. Starting day 2, and look at what is right outside of our hotel. The world's largest covered wagon that doesn't currently look like it's covered. Today's portion of Route 66 definitely has a lot more Lincoln, so this is the start of a very Lincoln-focused day, at least the first half. This sign says that in winter the cover is removed and then it's put back on in the spring. It's May right now though, I'm not sure when the spring officially starts here. We're starting our day in Lincoln, Illinois, and I picked this spot specifically because it had a Route 66 donut outside, and that's Mellow Cream Donuts. Apparently Mellow Cream has been a donut brand in Springfield for almost 100 years.
Look at this. Creamy inside with the white cream inside. This is going to be amazing.
We have never done this before. This is a first. Pop's donut review inside of a donut.
We are breaking new ground here. It's got the good, what is that? Coconut on top, and the cream inside's kind of almost like puddingy. Very nice.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Is it a good donut?
Yeah. I think we should do this more often. Good reviews inside a donut.
That donut shop was fantastic. I really enjoyed it. The caramel and the chocolate, the way they made that icing, I felt like it was made with love and a ton of sugar, but I really enjoyed it. Lincoln, Illinois is just a fun town to drive around, and there are some connections to Lincoln here as well. This is a replica of where Abraham Lincoln practiced law. I can't go in right now because it doesn't open until noon, but it's still a cool building to see. Saying goodbye to the town of Lincoln, we made the drive about 35 minutes south to Springfield, Illinois and the Illinois State Fairground. This is our first major stop of the day. It's called the Route 66 Experience in the Illinois Fairgrounds, and look at all of these cool signs they have. This place has only been open for a few years, and it's actually free outside of the times when the fairground charges, at least. It's designed to condense all of Illinois' Route 66 attractions into one walkable area. Each one of these little houses has a specific section of the Illinois part of Route 66, and then it shows the different things that you can see in that section. If you don't know what these signs are, you haven't driven very far on Route 66. Oh, and there's the muffler man from Atlanta right there. There's even a drive-in movie theater over here. Welcome to the Route 66 Legends. There's all of the people who are on their Legends board. Check it out, Mellow Cream is on it. We just went there for breakfast. I didn't see this spot come up in any of my research, or else I would have made a point to come here at night. So be sure you come here at night if you go to this spot.
This is really well done. It's interesting, and I like how each of these little sheds takes on a different part of the route, and so you can see all the different places listed by a map, and also old and new pictures of it. It's very clever.
This guy's pretty awesome. It's a statue dedicated to all of the different muffler men that are on the route. Oh man, we missed Franken muffler. I'm just blown away by how different Route 66 is. I thought it was gonna be a lot of the same things, but places like this make it incredible to travel all over again. It was a little hard to figure out how to get in here. You have to find your way into the fairgrounds, and then you can come all the way around. But this place is free to visit. Heading on from here, there's another service station about 2 minutes down the road known as Shays. This gas station was opened in 1955, and then it was converted to a museum in 1995. After 2 decades, it was closed for a while until it was restored and reopened in 2024.
In college, I had an older version of that, a 62 Chevy Impala. I could do an hour video on how much I loved it. And then in high school, my best friend had that car that we used to drive all around. He started it with a screwdriver.
Does anybody else have a car story to share in the comments?
When you're old enough, the old cars aren't so old anymore.
Here we took a short break from Route 66 stuff to go explore Lincoln history in Springfield, the first stop being his tomb where he's buried. The completion of Lincoln's tomb was in 1874, but it has been rebuilt a few times over the years because of issues. It's free to visit when it's open, and you can walk the hallways seeing many of his different quotes and then arriving at his casket. Or where his casket would be, it's actually below ground here.
It's such an incredibly beautiful monument, and to see his words once again in these plaques was just amazing.
From here we headed on to the Lincoln Presidential Library, but unfortunately they were having a private event the day that we were there, so we just got unlucky and we weren't actually able to visit. Since I always try to visit the state capitals, we went over to the Illinois state capitol next. The hardest part of visiting a capital is always trying to figure out which door will let you in. It's never the one you expect, and I went to that side and I have to come all the way around to this side. I think we found the right doors. Welcome. This capitol was built in the late 1800s, and it's actually the 5th building to service the capitol, as it moved around a lot.
Wow, look at that dome. They said it's the tallest in the entire United States, even with the Capitol building. Still the tallest.
I've been in 24 state capitals, and I have to say this is probably in my top 3 or 4 I've ever been in. I didn't get to take the tour because there's a lot more to see, but just seeing the rotunda in the middle is incredible. And then 10 minutes down the road was our next stop, the Cozy Dog.
So here we are at the Cozy Dog. The owner was the guy who created the corn dog and it made it famous here.
The creation of the corn dog at Cozy Dog was in 1946, and the product was launched to popularity because of the Illinois State Fair that same year. Ed Waldmeyer is the one that created it, and his son Bob Waldmeyer is the one we've talked about as the artist of Route 66. They got everything Cozy Dog you could possibly buy here.
Free souvenir Route 66 map. Alright, there it is, the original corn dog. And then they came with fries, and I got cheese sauce on the side. They told me to get homemade cheese sauce.
Oh, it just looks like the corn dog you've seen 100 times, but this is the birthplace baby. Hot. The coating is so crispy. Great corn flavor, like you know, in a hot dog. How could you go wrong?
There's nothing better on Route 66 than any original corn dog. Cheers. I mean, it's just a corn dog at the end of the day, but I love a good corn dog, so I'm fully in. Plus, you can get 2 corn dogs and fries for $9.99.
Corn dog cheers. Hey, get your cheese sauce off my corn dog. Look at this. Tried to think you're traveling with a professional over here.
This is our second time here, and I'd go anytime I visit Springfield.
I love the Cozy Dog. These are my friends.
Pops is too excited about this spot, he can't pull himself away. He'll have a full video on the Cozy Dog that you can see on his channel. From here, we drove on for a while, going through some more small towns before we eventually made it to an old portion of Route 66 that actually has a brick-lined street. What's fascinating about this road is that it's about 1.5 miles long and it has bricks that date back to 1931. We always try to find these types of roads on our drive, and we drove it multiple times just to kind of get a feel for that old road.
Pops decided he wanted to walk the road, so I gotta go find where he walked to. There he is, walking along the route.
Hey, I'm walking Route 66, baby. You know what I'm saying? Just keep going. I'll catch up with you.
See you in 2,400 miles.
See you 2,400 miles. Have a good trip.
There's not a lot of these sections left, so don't skip them when you're on the route. And then from there, we continued on to the town of Girard.
We made it to a small town that has a soda fountain, so that's what we're gonna check out next.
Known as Docks just off 66, it was actually a pharmacy that was opened in 1884. The now famous Route 66 soda fountain was actually added in 1929 and is still going strong today.
Alright, we picked up our phosphate sodas from Docks over there, and then check out this Route 66 sign. Cheers.
Cheers.
How's your, let's see how the phosphates are. I don't know, it's very interesting. I got a lime one, you got a cherry.
Yeah.
It's all, they like mix like a citric acid in there or something, a little bit tangy. I don't know, I like it.
It's a lot different than soda. We have this incredibly high-powered sweetness. It's sweet, but it's not like that. And it does, like Josh said, it's got this little bit of a different flavor, almost a sourness to it. It's really nice.
Yeah, this is just a fun little small town to come get a soda and see the sign. See the things Pops makes me do for a video? Cheese! Was it worth it?
During this part of central Illinois, there's actually 2 different alignments you can follow. We were on the older one for most of the day, but then from here we detoured over to the newer one so we could go to Litchfield.
This is a cool area because right there you have an old historic restaurant, and then you have a historic bakery, and then right here you have a Route 66 museum.
We started at the Litchfield Visitor Center and Museum, and it has a few small things on Route 66, but there's not a lot here. It's worth popping in just to see some of the stuff they have on Bob Waldmeyer though. And of course you can get a passport stamp and see a few of the neon signs before moving on.
Jubel's Bakery has been here since 1922.
We weren't really hungry since we had been eating a lot of random stuff today, but we couldn't pass up going to the historic bakery, and I remembered it being good the first time we were there.
This is called the King Caramel, and she said these are never here this late in the day, so I had to try it out.
Oh man, it's gooey, it's warm, it kind of melts in your mouth. It's got some pecans on it, or walnuts on top, something like that.
2 different things. Pop's clearly picked wrong with his.
I will never admit that I picked wrong. But if you're here and you have a choice, go with that.
From here we drove through more central Illinois following the 1930 to 1940 alignment and heading to another service station.
This is another cool service station along the route, and a lot of these have been fixed up since last time we were here. This is definitely one of them.
There's nobody inside this one, but it's so cool that they leave it open and allow you to explore it.
It'll be up to you how many of these service stations you want to stop at, but my dad and I tried to stop at all of them.
This is such a cool photo spot because look, you got this shield right here in the ground, and you got the old service station in the background.
Continuing on, we took a short detour to go to Hair It Is, as this was one of our favorite stops our first time we did it. But when we arrived, we found it closed, and after reading more about it online, unfortunately the man who ran it passed away a few years ago.
I remember our time with Henry fondly. I remember interacting with his rabbits and just talking about his love for Route 66 with him about 6 years ago. But that's the unfortunate truth of Route 66, is that when someone passes away, there may not be somebody to take up the mantle, and it sounded like they tried, but just wasn't realistic. So I don't know what is going to happen with this one, but it was cool to think back on some of those positive memories that we had with him. The area is now a part of Route 66 history. We were wondering, there's so much traffic coming up here, and we happened to be here during the Route 66 Bigfoot Festival. And if you know me, of all the festivals I could pick, that's definitely the one I want to go to, so let's go check it out. I really hope someone is selling a Bigfoot holding a Route 66 emblem. I think I'd pay about as much as they'd ask for that. There's Pops and the Bigfoot. I'll let you guess which one's Pops.
The Pink Elephant Antique Mall is housed in a building that was originally the Livingston High School in 1929. After sitting empty for decades, it was reopened as the Pink Elephant Antique Mall in 2005 and has become a new staple on Route 66.
This place is an old school gym that got converted into basically a bunch of consignment shops. It is massive in here. There's the shops out here, and then there's more shops upstairs, and then there's actually shops downstairs also. Route 66 Bigfoot Festival shirts.
We only explored the inside for a little bit because we wanted to go outside and be part of the Bigfoot Festival.
Here we go, the Bigfoot Festival, which is out on the side. That's not Bigfoot, but that's good enough for me.
Look at those aliens right there, and there's some more up in the window.
Bigfoot and aliens. This place is speaking my love language right now.
I mean, there was everything you could possibly want for sale. There was people talking about their own Bigfoot encounters. What more could you want?
And there's the muffler man who's usually out in a field by himself, but he's probably enjoying the party. Looks like he got some bubbles going today. Say Sasquatch! Well, that was a treat. Met some fans. You know we were going to have some fans at the Bigfoot Festival. And I even got these little Bigfoot, crochet Bigfoots to take home for the kids. So, and I also got a little 3D printed elephant for $2 from Noah. So, overall, good time. Right, Pops?
And I was not mistaken for Bigfoot at any time. So don't give me this nonsense about Bigfoot. I was never mistaken for him once.
From here we continued on towards St. Louis, and there's two different routes that'll take you through the city, but since we were meeting up with my grandma the next day, we had to check off a couple different things that were on different routes.
For our second to last stop of the day, there it is, the world's largest ketchup bottle.
The bottle was actually built in 1949 as a working water tower that provided water for the ketchup bottling plant that was located below. The plant closed in the 1990s and it was going to be demolished until a ketchup bottle preservation group came together, got people excited about it, and got it restored to what it looks like today. And then continuing on from there, we backtracked to the earlier alignment and made our way to the old Chain of Rocks Bridge.
We're doing our last stop of the day. We just crossed into our second state. We're at the Chain of the Rocks Bridge. I do want to give a special shout out to the Missouri side because last time we did this, we were on the Illinois side. It was a dirt parking lot. There was glass everywhere. It seemed like break-ins were possible over there, but over here it is very nice. There's like a security guard to even get into this park and just feel safe walking out here, so that's pretty cool. I don't know how the Illinois side is now. This was 6 years ago, so it could be a lot better.
This is amazing because this is the actual road. Can you imagine cars going across this? It's so exciting to be on this thing because once again, this is the history and you're walking on the actual history of the road.
It's cool. They got a Route 66 sign right here in the middle, and then they also have
A Route 66 bench.
You can even see the Arch of St. Louis way out in the distance.
This bridge opened in 1929, so it was there about 7 years before it became part of Route 66. And it's famous for the bend where they had to actually change the layout of the bridge due to the bedrock that they could build on.
And there's the bend right there, the 22-degree bend. That's it for day 2. We're gonna go meet up with some family now, and hopefully tomorrow my grandma's gonna join us like she did last time for a half day exploring St. Louis on Route 66. We'll see you then. You might see that there's a new person joining us today. This is my grandma, and she just celebrated her 94th birthday, and she's gonna be exploring Route 66 with us this morning. Starting our day by visiting the famous Basilica in St. Louis.
My grandma lives about 40 minutes outside of the city, and there was a few things she wanted to do, including see this basilica, and so that's where we went first. They started building this cathedral in 1907, but it wasn't completed until 1926. The cathedral is home to one of the world's largest ceiling mosaic installations, and this wasn't even done until the 1980s.
This is just one of those places where you want to have some time to sit in the pews and look up.
The wildest thing they told us is that you see those windows up there, they're 3 stories tall. So that helps put in perspective how big this church is.
I was told the mosaic covers 80,000 square feet in the cathedral with over 41 million individually hand-placed pieces of glass. There was a docent there who could answer any questions that we had, and there was a museum below it that you could see.
Here's how they installed everything. They laid it out with numbers, and then there's them putting the individual pieces in.
It's one of the most impressive cathedrals I've ever seen in the United States, so don't miss it. And then from there, we drove over for lunch in the Italian neighborhood.
Next up, we headed to the Hill for lunch, and this is the only place on the Hill open on Mondays for lunch.
We're not doing a lot in St. Louis today, but we wanted to get some Italian food, and then we're gonna get some ice cream after this. Toasted raviolis, that's what they do here, right?
The Hill is where Italian immigrants began arriving in the 1880s to work in the neighborhood's clay mines. And to this day, it's the place that you go for Italian restaurants in St. Louis, and we went to Ragazzi's.
This is like the most famous thing almost here, other than Budweiser maybe. But when you come here, you've got to get the toasted ravioli.
We don't know yet. We haven't tried it, so we'll
You
see
can
whether
it's hard because it's toasted. But yeah, the interesting thing, I mean, you all had ravioli. The interesting thing is the consistency of the ravioli, where the skin is tough and chewy. Makes it a fun dish.
Mama's got stuffed mushrooms. What do you think?
Wonderful. Best I've ever had. Delicious, delicious.
If you had to give them a rating out of 10.
10.
Well done.
This is the famous Parmigiano. I probably butchered that, but they said they've probably sold over 1 million of these sandwiches in the 70 years they've been in business. So here we go. It's an incredible sandwich. It's just got a good marinara sauce, like really rich cheese, and then the meat is easy to eat. I don't even know how to describe it. St. Louis knows their Italian food, that is for sure. That was a strong restaurant, and people were saying that there's better spots on the Hill. I don't know if that's true or not, but that one was really strong, so I would love to try some more on another trip. Now we're gonna go to Ted Drew's.
Well, this is Pop's first time. It was closed last time we came through here. What'd you get?
This is a concrete called All Shook Up. It's Reese's, peanut butter cups, and bananas. I like the piece of Reese's already. Peanut butter cups are frozen, so it even makes it a little crunchy. It's very nice.
And Mom got the root beer float.
Very good. Good root beer and good ice cream together. Perfect.
You guys wouldn't believe this, but my grandma's actually not a professional. She doesn't do YouTube for a living. I know you would be surprised by that, but I just had to clear it up.
But she does like to get paid.
I'll do anything for money.
No, don't say do, say say.
I'll say.
Wait, try again. Wow.
I'll say anything for money.
And then I got one called like the Blue Note. It's got blueberries, lemon, and graham cracker.
Ted Drew's has been a St. Louis and Route 66 institution since 1930. There's a small museum and gift shop right next door where you can learn more about its history, but of course the main thing you gotta do is just get yourself some ice cream.
Ted Drew's is 100% the right call on Route 66. We got one more stop with my grandma.
And for that, we drove about 30 minutes outside of St. Louis to Route 66 State Park.
This is the last stop with our new guest, but leave a note in the comments if you would like to have her replace Pops.
Yeah. She'll do anything for money. Because she'll say anything for money.
As you can no doubt tell, we have a great time with my grandma. She's lively for 94, and we headed in to explore the museum.
This is a small museum, but it's cool because it has some of these old signs and preserved history here. It's definitely worth checking out. And then after we drop off Grandma, this is our next stop, Merrimack Caverns.
The park's visitor center and museum is housed inside of a genuine 1935 roadhouse called the Bridgehead Inn. It's one of the few original structures here, and it gives that physical connection back to Route 66. The museum has some interesting neon signs and exhibits, and then there's a store in the back with lots of Route 66 related items.
This is our first stamp in Missouri, and check it out, they gave us this little wooden nickel. When we came through here 6 years ago, they told us they were working on restoring the bridge, and then we asked them again, and they said they're still working on it and hoping to have it restored, but no real progress yet.
But there's the old bridge, and then on the other side is just a green space. Continuing on from there, we dropped my grandma off at her house, and then we headed south, stopping at another service station.
Yeah, the service stations have really improved on the route since the last time we did it. This one was immaculately restored. It probably looks better than it's ever looked before. And then there's all sorts of old cars out in front of it. It's really fun to drive this time.
This service station was just something that we stumbled onto near Pacific, Missouri.
This is the first of a few spots I'm sure we'll find on the route that's not open 3 days out of the week.
So we can't go in there and see it, but if you're here, it's a museum.
One of the problems about spending 2 weeks on Route 66 is that there's some days, mainly Mondays and Tuesdays, where things are going to be closed, and it's not like you can reorient your trip around it. Next up was Jensen's Point Overlook.
We don't know much about this spot. We didn't stop here on the first Route 66 trip, but we read that it was created by the Civilian Conservation Corps. We thought it might be cool to come see why they built an overlook here.
It's only about a 5-minute walk up to the overlook, and I read its history and it said that it was designed with the goal to make Route 66 more scenic and a more landscaped experience for travelers as they're passing through Missouri.
I mean, it's not the best view ever, but if you're looking over a way to stretch your legs, it's not bad. It's pretty. And now from here, we're heading about 30 minutes down the road to Merrimack Caverns.
Merrimack Caverns are one of the most well-known stops along Route 66 as there's signs in both directions for hundreds of miles.
Next up, we're heading into the caverns, and as you can see, Pops is not with me.
Merrimack Caverns is about an 1.5 hour long tour, and it's definitely one you're going to want to go on if you like caves. It's an incredibly impressive cave, and it has a lot of unique history that you learn along the tour.
We're heading into the cave now.
It also has a unique connection to Jesse James, and it's supposedly a place that he used as one of his hideouts.
The rushing water right here is where Jesse James escaped. You can't do it anymore because of the parking lot, but that's still pretty cool.
Historians still debate whether he was actually here, but I choose to believe that he was, and that he used that river to escape. I've been lucky every time I've gone, and it's only been a small tour of less than 10 people, but they said during the summers it can get very busy.
This part is a little narrow. I have to duck my head a little bit.
I think the best thing about the cave is all the water that runs through it, and as you get further back, there's some really impressive rooms where they have stalactites and stalagmites, and there's water all surrounding them.
I always remember this part of the cave, and I feel like it's one of the most magical. The water, all the formations, it's just incredibly cool to see.
Another interesting aspect of the tour is that they're always turning the lights on in front of you and the lights off behind you. So there's some truly strange areas where you're looking back and you see nothing but darkness. Also, as you continue on and you climb up, they add a lot of colorful lights in, which is not very natural, but it is interesting to see on the formations. And it does lead to some pretty cool pictures. Then at the end, there's a full auditorium and you get to watch a patriotic show. It's a unique cave, you should definitely do it.
That cave is one I love experiencing. It doesn't have the crazy formations that you find in some of the other caves, but the whole experience is just very unique. The show at the end, all of the water elements, it's just, I don't know, I enjoy it. It's my second time and I do it a third time. Now we're heading on. We only got a couple more stops before our hotel. There is a Jesse James Wax Museum outside of the caves. We've never been to that. We didn't go the first time either, but it's temporarily closed, so I don't really know not much about it, but let me know how it is in the comments if it's something you've been to.
Heading on from here, Route 66 parallels the freeway into the town of Bourbon.
We made it to the Bourbon Water Tower. Did you get bourbon right from there?
According to local lore, the town's name came from the fact that the people who built the nearby railroad would go into a local store to drink bourbon after the workday, and they used the phrase, "Let's go to Bourbon," which is supposedly why the town's named that.
I just checked AI. There is no bourbon at all in that water now. Just heads up.
Sad day.
Yeah.
We made it into the town of Cuba, and then this is where we're staying tonight, the Wagon Wheel Motel. Open 88 years and never closed. This is our room, number 21. She said this is one of the best rooms here, so we'll see. I mean, it's got the cowboy vibe with this thing. 2 beds. It's like there's a little kitchen over there. There's the bathroom and the shower. The sink is out here. And then there's a little kitchen right here with a cool kind of diner style seating. This is the start of us staying at historic hotels every single night for the rest of this trip. We have a historic Route 66 hotel, but this one is especially cool because it's the oldest continuously operated motel on the route. It feels very Route 66 to park outside of our room and to have a little chair and tables where we can just watch the world go by.
I love it. And I can smoke my cigarettes. I got a light, got a ashtray here, so.
This hotel opened in the 1930s, and the little town of Cuba is fun to explore as well, so we were glad we chose to stay here.
We came to explore some of the murals. Last time we were here, this was nothing, but it's cool. It's actually a restaurant now. They still have the murals on the side.
Cuba is known for its murals around the town, and so definitely take some time to drive around.
This town's really representing Route 66 happy birthday. There's signs all over the place. You can see them up and down the street over there. And then there's even a birthday cake right there. I mean, that's pretty awesome. The Route 66 birthday cake. It's 100 years old. Oh, and it's also in America, 250-year-old birthday cake. So 2 birds with 1 stone. There's the second Route 66 cake. They love celebrating the birthday in Cuba. The city is known as the Mural City, and there's lots of them here. They're not really related to Route 66, but it's still interesting to walk around and see.
We were there later in the day, so all of the businesses in downtown were basically closed, but we walked around, looked at the murals, saw this cool restaurant with its train outside of it, and then headed back to the wagon wheel to get some dinner next door. Even though it's a small town, they actually have a famous barbecue spot right next to the wagon wheel known as Missouri Hicks.
We decided we weren't that hungry, so we were going to share a sampler platter, but they said get an appetizer. So we did, and yeah, we're not eating all this food.
This is what we get when we're not hungry.
Yeah, when we're not hungry.
Imagine what it's like when we aren't.
So yeah, if you're looking for some good barbecue, head over to Missouri Hicks, and don't let them talk you into the appetizer if you're not that hungry and you just wanted to share a sampler. That being said, we did like the appetizer as well.
For the area we are in, that is a fantastic spot for dinner. We liked the crazy mule fries or something. It was pulled pork and queso. That was our favorite thing. But you can't go wrong with any meats there. So if you're down here on Route 66, definitely check it out. The last thing we're going to show you tonight is the neon signs if they come on later. So if you see them right now, that means they came on.
One of the things we really wanted to do is stay at these historic hotels and then go out and see what they look like at night. So this was our first night, and we went out and saw the wagon wheel with the neon lit up. It did not disappoint. It was very cool. We started our 4th day on the road by saying goodbye to the Wagon Wheel Motel and making our way through Cuba, stopping at the Cuba Coffee Company to pick up some cortadas before heading on. Shout out to that coffee company. It was way better than I expected it to be.
First stop of the day, the massive chair. But it is the second biggest chair in the world, not the first.
It's hard to see how big it actually is, but there's Pops. He's 6'7", and that is how big the chair is right there. Pops, you look tiny.
I would be tiny. I'm like a little cockroach.
Pops the cockroach.
This chair was built by a local welder and erected on April Fool's Day 2008. It was the world's largest chair until 2015 when another chair took the title. And since then they've turned it into a red rocking chair, and it's right next to the Fanning Outpost General Store, which has a ton of Route 66 stuff, great people, and good popcorn.
This is a great stop. It's fun to see the big chair, and they make some mean popcorn here, so pick up a snack for the route. Heading on.
Continuing on, it was about a 20-minute drive to our next stop in Rolla, and as you can see, the road is just going right alongside the freeway here. It's like that for a majority of the drive, so you're kind of always staring at the freeway, and you're excited anytime it takes a bend that takes you away from it. We were planning on going to the Mule Trading Post, which is famous for what they call a hillbilly sign outside. But unfortunately that doesn't exist anymore, and the sign was just outside of a vape shop and we were there, so we continued on.
If you're interested in something random off Route 66, there's apparently a replica Stonehenge in this college.
Constructed by students and professors on the University of Missouri-Rolla campus, this is a half-scale partial replica of Stonehenge, and it's not what you'd expect to see off Route 66. There's so many replicas of Stonehenge in the United States, one day I'm going to make a video visiting all of them.
You truly never know what you're going to find on Route 66. This totem pole place was a gas station last time we were here. As you can see, it is completely gone now.
I didn't expect to see both of those things in Rolla gone, so we continued on into a more remote stretch of Route 66, which has a really cool bridge.
So this is an area of the Big Piney River that has a severe bend in it that was called Devil's Elbow, or a devil of an elbow, and it was really, really difficult to navigate. And so back in around 1920, they built this bridge across the river. But with the war and movement of military equipment, the bridge couldn't handle it, and so it was shut down and a different one was built. But this was refurbished in, what does it say, like 2014.
So that kind of has its old glory.
That spot used to be a bar and restaurant, but it looks like it's fully closed now.
It was interesting as we left the major towns and were in places like this, how we were the only people seeing some of these Route 66 attractions. That's not the same for our next stop though, at Uranus.
We made it to Pop's favorite stop. Pop's was grumpy about it last time. We'll see how he is this time.
What is there to say about Uranus, Missouri, except that it's basically a pun-filled town with all sorts of shops and things to go in and see while you're there.
If you're traveling with children, there's a playground here.
If you want to see the world's largest belt buckle, you follow the stage, and there it is. World's largest belt buckle.
Uranus Alien Petting Zoo. What's going to happen? Oh!
There's a jail with wanted posters. There's baby rattlers in there. Get it? Do not read. Wait, guys, don't read this sign under penalty of law. Don't read it.
Another thing I don't remember seeing the last time I was there is the Circus Sideshow Museum, and for $5 you can go inside and see all of the things that they've collected.
Look at that guy. He's like a monkey fish. They even found an alligator boy. Wow, look at those skulls. Look at the four-legged turtle. Crazy. There's the tallest man right there, and there's Pops.
He's the tallest one.
He looks like a 12-year-old child compared to that guy.
Of course, this isn't for everybody, but if you're into having some silly fun, then I think it's well worth the $5.
Oh wow, this is a two-headed turtle and it's actually alive. That's a real specimen in here. I thought that was not real as well.
Now's the moment you've been waiting for, trying fudge from Uranus.
Believe it or not, even with all the silly puns, the fudge here is actually pretty good, and they let you try many different samples before making your choice. Plus, there's all sorts of candy and shirts and stickers and everything else you could possibly imagine in their shop if you want to take something home.
How was your second trip to Uranus?
I tried to show up with a good attitude, but it's just too silly.
That's basically the definition of a roadside attraction, and I am here for it. Heading on.
As you leave, don't forget to go across the street and see a giant muffler man, this one for the mayor of Uranus, or so he calls himself.
About 3 minutes down the road from Uranus, there's this sign forest. It says they're all neon signs. I don't know if they light up at night, but this is pretty cool.
I was reading online that they had the idea for this over 12 years ago, but it took that time to secure funding and to find all of these old neon signs and then restore them beautifully to put them on display here.
The cool thing is that at the bottom of each of these, they have a little sign that tells you all about it.
It opened in June of 2025 and it does light up at night.
It's so fun to see places like this coming up on Route 66. This definitely didn't exist the last time we drove through here.
Continuing on, we drove through more small towns, each with their own Route 66 signs and emblems, like Waynesville, Missouri, and then paralleling the freeway for another dozen or so miles before we made it to the Munger Moss Motel. I had hoped to stay here because it's a historic hotel from 1946 with a famous sign, but it is unfortunately closed. Pretty much across the street though is the also historic Rinks Market, and we stopped in to have a slice of pie. The market opened in 1950 and it ran for 55 years. Since then it's been turned into a barbecue shop, but it's still a great stop.
So when you come to Rinks Market here, gotta get the coconut cream pie. Wow, it's loaded with coconut all through it. No, that's fabulous pie. The gal who makes it has been making it for 40 years. She sat down and chatted with us, and she said, this is the best coconut cream pie you will ever have, and it's kind of hard to argue with that.
The barbecue also smells good, but we had barbecue last night and we already ate, so we didn't get to try it.
Only about 5 minutes from there is the library in Lebanon, which is actually home to a great Route 66 museum that is free to enter. This exhibit started as something that they just had at festivals every year until they finally secured a permanent location and it opened in 2004. So this museum is just in the back of the library and it's small, but it's free. It has some great exhibits. It's definitely worth stopping by. One of the things we love supporting on these Route 66 trips is anyone who's trying to keep the history alive. And this is a fantastic example of a town that loves Route 66 and loves its place on it. This is interesting because it says that Route 66 is known as the Mother Road and it's nostalgic, but there's also a dark side and that it was actually known as the Bloody Highway for a little bit with all the criminals who would be on Route 66 and the traffic-related accidents. And here's what a tourist area cabin would have looked like in the 1940s. So this is a fun little stop that's definitely worth it. You can get a passport stamp here and they even have a store if you want to pick up some Route 66 merchandise. Continuing on from there, we got suckered into another roadside attraction. We've seen signs for this for the last 20 miles, so we figured we'd stop at the world's largest gift store. I was told that this was never officially recognized as the world's largest gift shop, but when you walk around, it basically feels like the Walmart of gift shops. There is a lot of stuff to see and a lot of stuff to purchase, but not a ton on Route 66. I mean, they literally have everything here. You can get Swedish fish slippers or cup of noodle slippers. There's Bob Ross socks. And of course the ever popular squeezable carrot. That is an overwhelming spot. I didn't leave with anything this time. And right next door to it is Redmond's Candy Factory, which is a full-scale candy operation with more than 70 flavors of saltwater taffy and 20 flavors of fudge. So if you're looking for a sweet pick-me-up, you can head in here as well. We're in the town of Marshfield, about 30 minutes from Springfield, and what's interesting about this town is that it's where Edwin Hubble was born. So they have a little miniature Hubble telescope here that you can see. It's cool to see this telescope right outside of the city hall, and we walked around for a little while to see if there was anything else dedicated to him in the city, but we didn't find anything.
When in talking to some of the people inside, there didn't seem like there's much about Hubble on the inside.
And then from there, we continued the drive towards Springfield, which was our end goal for the night. But you know that there was no chance that we weren't going to be stopping at Buc-ee's, as we had seen signs for the last 100 miles. It's like our 15th time going to Buc-ee's. We stop every time we see it, and now there's one close to Route 66, only like a mile off. This is my favorite thing at Buc-ee's right here. It's terrible for you, but they're so good. If you've never been to Buc-ee's, they have everything you could imagine, from drinks and snacks to tri-tip sandwiches and all of the different Buc-ee's souvenirs you could possibly want.
I probably shouldn't have gone into Buc-ee's because I got 2 bags of beaver nuts, swimsuits for the children, and a full Buc-ee's outfit. Don't tell Amy I bought that.
Leaving Buc-ee's behind, it was back to Route 66 and heading into Springfield to explore one of the best cities on this portion of Route 66 for history. And there's the official 66 sign they put in here, birthplace of Route 66. We made it to the birthplace of Route 66. And then right across from the sign used to sit a hotel that has one of the most important parts in Route 66 early history. The sculpture is known as the Ghost of the Colonial Hotel because this is where the Colonial Hotel sat, where that parking lot is, and this is where they sent the telegraph saying, we're not going to name it Route 62, we're going to name it Route 66. That's just a cool piece of history, and I loved how much Springfield was leaning on it and creating an awesome atmosphere for Route 66 history down here. Next to that sign is a historic theater and the visitor center if you want to ask any questions. And then if you walk down to the town square, there's some more signs down there and a history museum. Check it out, they got this awesome birthplace sign down here as well. Fireworks and everything. This is an awesome downtown area, the way that they've done so much for Route 66 and the Centennial, the Welcome Center, all the statues that they put up and sculptures. This is just an awesome spot to stop at. Unfortunately, the museum's closed on Monday and Tuesday, but we're gonna try to stop there tomorrow. This has been a long day for us so far, with lots of different stops and lots of driving, but we headed on to see a few more places before they close and before we check into our hotel. First up was the Route 66 Car Museum, which officially opened its doors in 2015 with over 70 cars on display. This is one of 10 original Batmobiles. It was used on the TV show. 1971 Gotham Roadster. As a Batman fan, this was worth the price of admission itself to see this amazing car in such great condition, and they had a few other fun ones as well. This is one of 5 of the Ghostbuster cars that were used in the 2016 film. They have multiple different movie cars on display, which is fun for someone like me who's not a huge car buff. But of course, if you're a car fanatic, there's a lot of stuff for you to see here as well, and you probably want to plan at least an hour for it. About 5 minutes down the road from the car museum is the hotel we are going to be spending the night at, the Rockwood Motor Court, another historic hotel on our Route 66 drive. This hotel started as a tourist camp that was built in 1929, specifically serving the new highway. Throughout the years, the property has changed ownership many times, but the current owners that we talked to when we were there are fantastic, and they are so passionate about the property and about getting it back to its glory days and encouraging people to stay there. I actually booked 2 rooms because my dad and I definitely do not share beds with how tall each of us are, and he had a military themed room and I had a movie themed room. This is my room. It's pretty cool. It's a lot bigger than I expected it to be. There's a queen size bed. There's like a couch, TV area. They even have some coffee. And they have some snacks that they left. And then here's the shower, which is significantly bigger than the shower we had last night. Also, there's lots of different pictures on the wall, which is cool. She also took us inside to show us the Route 66 themed room as well, and this is just a cool spot to stay.
We're 2 for 2 with hotels. This place is incredibly cool, and Phyllis, who runs it, is just the kindest person ever, so this is gonna be a cool place to stay.
Because of everything we had on the schedule for tomorrow, I decided to head out to Fantastic Caverns and do that experience since I knew my dad wasn't gonna go and it just seemed easy to do it today.
This is such an interesting spot because this is what the tour looks like. You get in this car and you get to actually drive through the cave.
Believe it or not, Fantastic Caverns is open till 8, and I am just waiting for my tour to board. You can see Pops is not with me for this one. He stayed at the hotel.
The cave of Fantastic Caverns was originally found in the mid-1800s, but what makes this cave tour so interesting is that it has a drive-through experience, and that was founded in 1961. For the entire time that you're in the cave, you're actually riding on the back of a Jeep that takes you throughout the different cave's attractions. There are times when you even have to duck your head so that you don't scrape on the top, as the Jeep can just barely make it through some sections. Believe it or not, there are actually 3 other ride-through caves in the world, but this is the only one in North America where you don't actually have to leave your seat to go on a cave tour. Overall, the tour is really fun and it takes about 45 minutes and it costs $36 when I went. You're not going to find a lot of the really impressive formations in this cave. There are a couple sections that have some cool formations, but overall, it's more the fact that you're driving through a cave that makes this one so unique. Also, if you've always wanted to go into a cave and you've struggled with claustrophobia, maybe this is the first cave that you'll actually go into and enjoy a cave tour. Unfortunately, even saying that, I still wasn't able to convince Pops to go in. He didn't want any part of it. By the time you're done, you've done about 1 mile of exploring in the cave, and note that it sits at a nice 55 to 60 degrees year-round.
That's low.
They give you a picture from the tour. There's me.
That's a great entry-level tour if you're not sure if you like cave tours or if you have mobility issues. You get to sit in a car the whole time and get shown all around the cave. There's some impressive formations at the end, but overall it's not one of the most impressive caves. It's just unique because there's only 4 in the world that you can drive through like that. So check it out if you're interested. Heading back, we're gonna see some neon and call it a night.
They told me that this neon's usually lit up, but a hailstorm actually knocked a bunch of pieces out a couple weeks ago. But luckily the other side is good.
There's just something incredibly cool about seeing these old hotels at night, and I'm so glad I decided to stay at so many of them on this trip.
Alright, that's it for today. We'll see you tomorrow for more Route 66.
We started our 5th day on Route 66 by taking some time to explore Springfield, and we actually planned to spend about a half day here since there's so much to do and we only had a short drive to our hotel. We started with the newly installed art piece known as Queen's Gate.
Check out the inside of this arch. So much cool stuff on it from along the route. This side is Missouri, and then this side is the route as a whole. We got the Gemini Giant, the round barn, the wigwams, Cadillac Ranch, the whale. How cool is that? Shout out to Springfield. They're really crushing it with all the Route 66 stuff, and they have a musical road which we're going to drive on next.
This installation and the signs around it is new on the route, and it was installed in May 2026, right before we got there. This is about the musical road, and it's gonna play America the Beautiful. Here's the sign noting the musical highway, and then that white line out there is where it starts. They said to go 28 miles an hour.
That turned out pretty good. That was great.
Well done, Pops, well done. Continuing on from here, we drove about 10 minutes back into downtown Springfield, found a place to park, and then headed over to the History Museum that was closed the previous day. The museum has 3 floors of history dedicated to different parts of Springfield, but we went directly to the top to see the newly installed Route 66 exhibit. And I have to say, of the museums we've been to so far, this was probably the best. It had a really cool map and photos, it had restored neon signs, it had a car that you could sit in to watch a movie, and it even had a jukebox that you could play. This is one of the famous diners that they had here, and unfortunately it's no longer here, but what the story is that it says Hamburg because the sign was too big and was interfering with the electrical line, so they had to cut off the ER at the end, and it was known as Red's Giant Hamburg. This is just a great exhibit in the museum. If you want to learn more, you can even sit right here in this old car and watch it on the screen. There's also some interesting Old West history. The first recorded shootout in the Old West was in this park, so we're gonna go down there afterwards, but that park right there. There's lots more you can explore in this museum if you're interested, as there's multiple floors, but we headed down again to go to the historic square to see if we could figure out more about the shootout. You can see how excited Pops is. He's basically running to see some Old West history. Here's a sign about Wild Bill's shootout right here.
If you look at the marker here, this was where Hickok was standing and shot, said 75 yards away and hit the guy right in the chest.
Somewhere over there.
And the other one over there somewhere. It's just a tiny little marker though.
The shootout happened in 1865, and it's one of the only recorded public shootouts in the Old West. It was hard to find a plaque for the second person in the shootout, and you can tell that people don't really come here to visit it that much anymore. But Pops made a video on his channel if you're interested, and from there we headed on to Steak and Shake. This is a cool Route 66 stop. It was built in 1962, and it's one of the few remaining original style Steak and Shakes. Also, it's grinding only government inspected beef for its steak burgers, which I'm guessing was good in the 60s. This is widely considered one of the most classic surviving examples of an original Steak and Shake complex, which makes it a must stop on Route 66. Plus, they have a good burger here. Born on Route 66 in 1934.
This is a burger, something that we sometimes eat when we're traveling together.
On Route 66.
Or anywhere.
So yeah, it's a good place to get a burger. And then from there, we left Route 66 and headed over to Bass Pro Shop, which is probably the top attraction in Springfield. Bass Pro Shop actually started in Springfield, and this store is basically the flagship. If you've never been in a Bass Pro Shop, it has everything outdoor related you could possibly imagine. They're always humongous, but this one is even bigger than normal, with everything from waterfalls and a gun museum to different animals on display in the store. Plus, then connected to it, there's the World of Wildlife exhibit and a full aquarium. And when we were there, they had a Route 66 special where you could get 2 tickets to both of them for $66. Never get over this part. I've seen this picture a ton of times, but the amount of buffaloes they killed, it's just nuts. The wildlife galleries here are described as an educational conservation center, and they feature dozens of different types of animals, all in diorama style displays. This really is a great place to see many different types of animals up close, as they have everything from a mountain lion displayed against a Rocky Mountain backdrop to a grizzly bear standing in front of Denali National Park. There's Antarctic themed murals, and there's even African murals.
So this is the incredible room about Africa. These animals are amazing. I've actually seen a bunch of them in real life on an African safari.
All right, we are leaving the World of Wildlife, and we are entering the oceans in the aquarium. Now, I've been to a lot of aquariums across the United States, and while this isn't the best one I've ever been to, it's definitely in the top 5. It has so many unique exhibits, and it feels like you walk over a mile as you're exploring them all. I think one of the best exhibits is the one in the middle on the shipwreck. When you walk in and you see this for the first time, it's pretty incredible.
Lionfish are actually an invasive species that they're trying to get rid of because they destroy the local ecosystem. And we actually ate them when we were in Curacao about a month ago, which is off the coast of Venezuela around here. I call this one the pops fish. It's got blue on like you.
That's my blue period.
I'm not going to spend a lot of time on this since the video is about Route 66, but if you're driving and you have a few hours to spare, I would say this is well worth experiencing. After another 45 minutes or so of exploring, the last thing we had to do before we left was to draw our own fish and then scan it into the interactive wall. You know Pops never passes up an opportunity to do some drawing.
Oh, it's scanned in. Now it's gonna come out.
Nice.
Wow.
Look at that. My fish is epic. Has my name and Route 16. Oh, it comes back.
There's the beautiful pops fish right there.
And to end our time, remember, we all live downstream
From Pop's ugly fish.
Saying goodbye to Springfield, we spent most of the day here because we have a short drive on Route 66 today. If you're doing this and you're not going to spend as much time in Springfield, you can probably go down to Tulsa. But for us, we're going out to the Carthage area because there was a hotel we wanted to stay at.
Leaving Springfield, we drove for about 30 minutes through a few small towns to get to Gary's Gay Parita. The station here was originally built in 1930 as a Sinclair station complete with the green and white branding. Unfortunately, the service station actually burned down in 1955, but in the early 2000s, a local couple and some of their friends actually worked to build a full replica of the original station here.
There's the map that we really wanted last time, and they're actually here selling on the route now, which is cool.
While they said it's not an architectural match, it captured the same spirit and roadside presence of the original station, and they've added a lot of fun things to it to make it a true tourist attraction on Route 66. Including old cars, license plates, a shop, and even a working garage.
This is a wild place. There is so much to see. There's a garage, there's a gas station, they even have things like coffee for sale. Cool stop.
It looks exactly like you're driving. Well done.
This is definitely a spot you shouldn't skip on this portion of the route. It's just fun to walk around, the people here are great, there's places that you can sit down and get something to drink, and there's a lot to see. And then continuing on from there, there's really not a lot of attractions on this part of Route 66, but there is a ghost town that they're rebuilding called Spencer.
So this is the Spencer station. It's only open a few weekends a month, it says, but it's a cool little stop.
This little area once had a general store, a barber shop, a cafe, a garage, a gas station, and a feed store, all designed to support the travelers along the new highway. It's in the process of restoration, and they were actually working on it when we were there, but unfortunately it doesn't look that much different than what it did the first time we came through here.
Let me know if you ever actually visit when it's open, how it is. But the 2 times we've been through here, it hasn't been open.
Continuing on towards our end goal of Carthage, there wasn't much to stop at, but we did make a short detour to go to Red Oak 2.
So this is basically a little artist community created by this artist named Lowell Davis. He moved to this area from Red Oak, Missouri, and brought all these old buildings together to make this kind of small artist community. It's got a Phillips 66 gas station, a general store, a schoolhouse, a blacksmith shop, a church, and lots of kind of vintage cars, and as you can see as you're walking around, like folk art kind of displays.
We were there in the middle of the day and there was no one around and there was nothing really open except for one small shop that didn't even have anybody inside of it. I will say it's a pretty cool place to walk around though, as there's a lot of interesting historic buildings and some pretty cool photo spots along the way. Heading on from there though, it was only about a 10-minute drive to our end goal for the day, the Boots Court Motel, one of the best preserved old motels along the route.
I love this. Look at the welcome to Carthage sign, and there's a police car hiding right behind it. This is their visitor center and store, and it's in a converted gas station from the 60s, I believe they said. It's cool. This is also a Jefferson Highway Tourist Center. We always talk about driving that one, maybe one day.
There's a radio in every room here.
The people in the small store and visitor center were awesome, and they told us lots of history about the building, and there was some cool stuff that you could pick up here.
The claim to fame at this hotel is that Clark Gable stayed here, and he actually stayed in room 10, which is where we're staying, so that is pretty awesome. This is us, room 10, and you just pull right up in your car next to the room.
This was a really nice room, and it's so cool that we got the Clark Gable suite.
I love it. There's a radio on in here when we get in. These showers are definitely not designed for us. This goes up to about my chest and probably Pop's belly. Pops, we are staying in Clark Gable's room. That is so cool.
I know. Did you see this over here?
Dress your own Clark Gable.
We get to dress our own Clark Gable the way we would like.
I bet that not every room has a dress your own Clark Gable on it.
Boy, I can even dress him with a girlfriend.
There was even a Gone with the Wind poster on the wall, and of course there was no TV since there's a radio in every room.
That's how far we've made it on Route 66 in 4 days. Doesn't look like we're very far. And then the Jefferson Highway goes from Winnipeg to New Orleans.
We had one more thing we wanted to see before we relaxed for the rest of the day, and that was the Route 66 Drive-In Theater on the outskirts of town. This theater was built in 1949, and it's one of the few remaining operational drive-ins on Route 66 and in the entire state of Missouri. Unfortunately, there wasn't a movie playing that night, or we probably would have gone, and instead we just headed back and waited for the sun to go down so we could see the neon over our hotel.
That is definitely the coolest looking neon right there.
Don't you really want to stay in the historic hotels after watching this? They're just so cool at night.
And that's it for today. We will see you tomorrow.
We started day 6 by heading to the downtown square and then going to breakfast and coffee at the Carthage Deli. This is a cool restaurant that operates out of a bank building from the 1800s and is famous for its 1950s retro decor.
Well, this coffee shop has the coolest table of all time.
We just grabbed some scones and some coffee, and then we started the drive along Route 66 towards Kansas. Before we got there though, we wanted to spend some time in the city of Joplin, and we started by heading to City Hall, which has a well-known painting and a visitor center.
This is the famous painting that's inside of the City Hall about Route 66.
Painted by Anthony Benton Good in 2010, it shows Joplin in the mid-1900s during Route 66's heyday. We stopped by the visitor center as well to get some information on the surrounding attractions, and then we continued on.
Right next to the City Hall is the Route 66 mural park. That's a pretty cool mural. It has half a car in it.
There's only a couple murals here, but it's still fun to see them supporting the route.
This area that we're at today is called the Tri-State Corridor, which is Oklahoma, Missouri, and Kansas, and there's actually a place later on today where you can stand in all 3 states if you want to. They told us about the World Street Painting Gallery that they have out on the outskirts of the town on Route 66, where you can put yourself in some silly paintings, and Pops is ready. All right, so it says stand right here. Oh, and there's Pops. He's kind of laying in a big chair on the world. Oh, here's a good one. Pops, you're skating Route 66. Wow. Do a kickflip. You're on the precipice. Like you're gonna do a jump over to the next spot. Put your leg out. Well done.
This was a relatively new attraction, and they added about a dozen of them last year. It's certainly a unique stop.
What's wild is how big these things are when you look at them from the side, and then you come around to the front, and the perspective gets back to normal. It's pretty cool.
Recording.
Pops is saying that I didn't do a good enough job, so he's gonna try it himself. Wow, look at you. Let us know who did it better in the comments. That's a silly little thing to do on Route 66, and they said that they're adding another 30 or so at the beginning of June. So if you come back here, or wherever they're adding them in the city, there might be a lot more. Now we're leaving Route 66 for a few stops before we connect again in Kansas. If you're interested, on the outskirts of town, you can go see Bonnie and Clyde's garage apartment hideout. There's actually a shootout here which led to the death of a few of the detectives, but they left behind a roll of Kodak film which led to the first publicly seen photographs of their gang.
And then continuing south from here, we made it to one of our few natural stops along the route. This is known as Grand Falls, and it's easy to park in the dirt lot and then walk out and look at the falls. I read online that they call them Little Niagara, but I'm not sure who calls them that because they're pretty small.
That's a nice waterfall. It's worth the stop along Route 66 if you have the time for it. We got one more stop before we head back up to Kansas.
Remember how I said they had a place where you could stand on the 3 state corners here? Well, we decided to go check that out.
So everybody's heard of 4 corners, but have you heard of the Tri-Corner Monument, which is where we're at right now? And if I stand on here, I'm standing in between Oklahoma, Kansas, and Missouri. I'm going back and forth between the states right now.
I'm going to do something no one's ever done before. I'm going to stand on one tiptoe in 3 states.
Wow, first time ever. The sign here states that this point was established in 1857 by a survey group of over 800 people, and it took 6 months to get here.
As you can see, this isn't as popular as 4 Corners. There's not even a paved road to get here. That being said, it's a fun little stop. Why not stand in 3 different states? And from here, it's 11 minutes back up to Route 66 in Kansas. Also, last time we came through here, everything was closed. Today, everything should be open.
Good luck with that.
So yeah, if you do those detours, then you'll have to drive back up to where you left off in Joplin, and then from there you can take Route 66 into Kansas.
Right when you get into Kansas, there's a little thing you can drive through right there. There's some art, and there's even a Burma Shave sign right there.
We didn't know what to expect in Kansas since we didn't get to spend much time here on the first drive, but we were pleasantly surprised right when we crossed the border.
This is really fun. There's some tipped over tractors. There's a sheriff car signed by the sheriff's voice himself. There's an old Rusty's car right there. Pop says that this is supposed to be Lightning McQueen. I'm not sure. Let us know in the comments. And there's Luigi's pit stop, complete with an air hose. Look at, there's all of these good signs right here. And the one Pops chooses to do is Dorothy. I am in Kansas.
There's also a wall that they established for signatures, and of course we had to add ours.
There we go, we've added our name to the art. Check out this painting, it's super fun. It's kids watching Cars, the movie. And then here's our first major stop in Kansas, Cars on the Route.
This is one of the best stops on the route if you're a fan of the movie Cars. And a gas pump from here was even featured on the USPS Route 66 commemorative stamps that they did this year.
Check out these awesome chairs, and they got a piston cup down here as well.
When the people who were going to make the movie Cars came through here, they saw this 1951 International boom truck and said this would be the ideal character.
They have a picture I'll put on the screen right here of when they saw it, and it had a tree growing through the back, and that's what became Tow Mater. As a fan of the movie Cars, this is pretty incredible to be by the original Tow Mater that they based it on. So cool.
They also have some other silly Cars looking characters on display here as well, and the people are super knowledgeable if you want to talk to them about meeting the animators from Cars or about anything else along the route in Kansas.
Then they told me inside that the back of this building right here is what they based the Radiator Springs sign on as well. As you can tell, it's just right across the street from the Cars over there.
Continuing on from there, we found another spot almost immediately that we wanted to stop at.
2 minutes down the road from Cars on the Route is Gearhead Curios. And look at that guy, he's awesome.
This is another fun new stop that's located inside of an old Texaco filling station.
Check out this little bobblehead, that's awesome.
We didn't know when we walked in that we would meet an awesome character named Aaron and that he would show us a cool bathroom.
All right, you ready? Whoa, look at that. Amazing! Oh man, look at the urinal too.
Your entry, that's a 1952 pink toilet. Wow. Pink and white checkerboard floor. The gas pedal is the flush.
Of course it is.
Oil drain basin with a brass gasket nozzle is my sink. 62 oils will do a Starfire air cleaner cover. Right above you, the swag lights are 1930s headlights.
Can I give you a high five?
Yeah.
Because that is incredible. That is the coolest bathroom on Route 66, 100%.
This is just another thing that proves that Route 66 is awesome and you should go into every random stop you find along the way.
I picked up a bobblehead of the big boy, had to take it home as a souvenir. Plus, Aaron, who runs that shop, is one of the nicest people that we've met on Route 66. Definitely go in and say hi to him and check out his bathroom.
Continuing on from here, we got back into Route 66 and headed deeper into Kansas. At least the 13 miles of Kansas that's on the route. Our next stop was at the Old Riverton store, a market that's been here since 1923. I was told inside that it's probably the oldest continuously operating store on Route 66. And it still has a market on one side and then merchandise on the other side.
I picked up a map in Kansas and I'm starting to stamp this. So this is going to be my souvenir from the trip. Get all the stamps. It's going to not have Illinois or Missouri, but we'll get a lot.
Pops can't find a hat that fits him. I just love how photogenic this store is. And when you leave here, be sure that you don't miss the turn that will take you to the historic Rainbow Bridge.
We're coming up to one of the most famous stops on the Kansas portion of Route 66, which is the Rainbow Bridge.
This bridge was actually built in 1923, a few years before Route 66, as it was designed to connect mining communities, but when they routed it, they took it along this section.
And just like that, the Rainbow Bridge is done.
Believe it or not, we only got one more stop in Kansas.
This was a way better visit to Kansas than the first time, as we got to see everything that we wanted, and it's a cool state on Route 66.
Our last stop in Kansas is at the Baxter Springs Visitor Center.
This spot is another historic filling station that was turned into a visitor center, and it's where you can ask them about Kansas, get your stamp, and sign the wall.
All right, we get to sign the wall in here, so it's my turn. Pops usually gets to do it, but 26.
I'll put the Route 66 sign around it.
He's a better drawer than me.
All right, if you come in here, we are up in that corner.
You know, you think about Kansas on the route and it's only a short distance. And I was thinking, like the song says, don't forget Winona. Don't forget Kansas. We just did Kansas and it was very short. You can do it in a morning. But there's lots of fun things and the people we interacted with were great. So yeah, plan enough time to see what's available in Kansas. It's worth the stops.
Saying goodbye to Kansas, we made it into Oklahoma, and our first stop was in the town of Commerce.
We're now in the town of Commerce, and this was one of my favorite stops last time. I loved the look of this service station here. They told me that it's not a historic service station that actually looked like this. They just made it like that, but I don't know, I still think it's pretty cool. And then right across the street is the Dairy King, home to the one and only Route 66 cookies.
Dairy King, the small diner/fast food shop, has been here since the 1950s, and I've never eaten here, but we always stop for a cookie.
All right, so they're the home of the Route 66 cookie. There you go, baked daily.
Yeah, I hate to eat it. It's something I want to save.
It's too beautiful. Can't take him anywhere.
Yummy, crispy, sugar cookie. Stop and get this person's sugar cookies. They're great.
Yeah, there's just some good people working in there. They're really fun to hang out with, and it's fun to get a cookie. Cheers. We stopped in the post office right here because Pops wanted to get some Route 66 postage stamps.
Now tell me this isn't really cool. Look at that.
Wow. I don't even know if I could send those out. They're too cool. And that is the one from Kansas that we were just at.
And then look here, you turn it over and tells you where the pictures were taken.
Wow, that is pretty awesome. Pick some up at the local post office if you're interested.
Heading on from Commerce, it's only 2 minutes off the road to stop by the boyhood home of Mickey Mantle if you're interested, but it wasn't open when we went by. And then from there, we continued into another small town which had a theater that we were going to check out.
We have made it to the town of Miami. Don't call it Miami, they'll ridicule you for years about it on YouTube.
If you want to know what I'm talking about, go look at the comments on my old Route 66 video. And our next stop brought us to the historic Coleman Theater, which was built in 1929 and is still available for you to tour and still puts on events. Our tour guide told us that when it was built, it was the most elaborate entertainment facility located anywhere between Dallas and Kansas City. And apparently it cost $500,000, which was a ton of money in 1929. We also stopped in the visitor center of Miami, and they told us that there's an old section of Route 66 that you can't drive on, but that you can walk on the outskirts of town, so we headed there next.
So this is known as the Historic Ribbon Road, and it's part of a 9-foot section of original pavement of old Route 66. You can't drive it, but there it is out in the distance right there.
So we were told that the deal was that they couldn't afford to make a wide road back then, so they made a 9-foot wide road, as you can see here, and that became known as a ribbon road. And they're in the process of restoring it now. So how cool is this? Very unique. We haven't seen anything like this exactly yet.
I'm so glad the visitor center told us about that, as we would have never known, and we didn't have a lot of other things to stop at during this stretch, so we just kept our eyes peeled and we found this really unique store in Afton, Oklahoma.
I have no idea what this place is, and there's no one around. Check this out, it's like a John Deere car. Cross Star Flag and Tag Museum, it looks like.
The whole time we were there, no one ever showed up, and we just wandered around and looked at all of the unique things they had. And then in researching this, I read online that it was built in 2022, and it was just created to amuse Route 66 travelers who are passing through the town. I don't know if there's any additional background other than that, but I will say that we were very amused while we were walking around.
Hey, there's a monkey with a smile camera. There's a monkey with a camera over there too.
That's right, and I ain't smiling.
We got the Blues Brothers.
I understand.
Well, shout out to this spot in Afton. There's nobody there, but it sure is awesome to walk around. As we were driving, we saw this sign for the Highway Cafe, and then next to it, there's a giant. And then there's another giant.
I kind of like Big Al with his cooking stuff and his Route 66 belt buckle. The sign says they were given the Guinness World Record for the most stickers on a car, but I have to imagine that's not this car, because that doesn't seem like that many stickers.
Next door is a place called the Western Motel, which supposedly had a stable for horses back in the day and has a giant chief, which was taken from a place in Massachusetts.
And then here's the last of the giants. It says his name is Big Bill. And it looks like he has an old key to a Western motel room and a map of Route 66.
Our favorite thing along the route was finding giants, so we were so excited to stumble on these guys, which we didn't know about as well.
We took a 10-minute detour off Route 66 to go to Ed Galloway's Totem Pole Park.
Ed Galloway is a fascinating character, as he was born in 1880, and he didn't start working on this project until he was 57 years old. Inside, they told us that he was inspired by postcards and old issues of National Geographic, and that he chose to build all of these things as a tribute to Native Americans whose history and culture he admired. At the centerpiece of the park, you'll find the world's largest concrete totem pole standing 90 feet tall. It's surrounded on the outside by brightly painted portraits, animals, and symbols.
This is such a cool spot, and it would be awesome if you were still able to go all the way up to the top like that, but I'm sure that's a pretty big safety hazard. It's kind of hard to tell how big this is, but there you go. You can see Pops, he's 6'7". That is a humongous totem pole.
It's fun when you're on a route like this, you see the creativity of people, the different things that they have done over the years. And this is an incredible example of someone who took the influence of Native Americans and kind of put his own twist on it to make these concrete totem poles. Beautiful. And the fact is they're here 80 years later for folks like us to enjoy.
Continuing on from here, we are nearing our destination of Tulsa, but along the way we had one of my favorite stops on all of Route 66.
The Blue Whale Catoosa is currently getting some facelift over here, but you can walk down and see this, and I'm sure by the time you guys watch this video, this will be all fixed and you'll be able to park here.
The Blue Whale Catoosa was built by Hugh Davis in the early 1970s as a surprise anniversary gift for his wife. It's said that he kept it a secret the entire time he was building it.
Last time we were here when it was actually open, you could go up in there and we have a picture of our head out there, but I'm just happy that I could walk out here. I didn't know if I was going to be able to.
The whale and the spring-fed pond that surrounds it was originally only intended for family use, but quickly became a favorite swimming hole for locals and Route 66 travelers. Of course you can't swim in it today, but it's still cool to be able to see it.
This has always been my favorite stop on Route 66, so I'm so glad that I get to see it again today. And it's looking pretty good. I'm excited that they're redoing that visitor center too. I can't wait to come back and see that, but the whale's looking strong.
The Blue Whale is kind of like at a totally different level than it was. I mean, before there was this dinky little store that you went in, you could barely turn around. And now you got that monstrous visitor center that's about to start. The way they cleared all the trees and everything around it to make it much more out in the open and easy to see. Man, this is going to be an even more epic sight than it has been in the past.
Heading on from there, we went past the Tulsa Rising Route 66 sign and a few neon signs before making it to our dinner spot.
This place is supposed to have the best chicken fried steak on Route 66. And I'm down with that. I mean, it's going through Oklahoma, places like that. They got chicken fried steak, so we'll see if they do.
Known as Tally's Good Food Cafe, it's been here for almost 50 years and it is the epitome of a Route 66 diner.
That's what the best chicken fried steak on Route 66 looks like, and Pops is so excited right now.
And look at how much gravy they gave me too.
I don't think I've seen him this excited about much on the trip, so I hope it actually lives up to expectations.
Look at this bad boy. It looks perfect. Look at the crust. Oh my gosh.
Oh yeah.
And I got this big stack or something like that. I don't know. They serve breakfast all day and I was in a breakfast type mood.
There's a lot of hype on this right now.
The thing I always do when I taste stuff, though, is it's too hot and I burn my mouth. Here we go. Look at that. Sausage gravy. Oh, man. The crunch. The star by far is this crust. This crust is incredible. This may be the best that I've ever had. Maybe the best on Route 6. I'll have to try it several more times. This is fantastic.
The amount of excitement Pops has had since he's been in here, it's comical.
My dad was raving so much about it that people even came up and asked what he was eating since he liked it so much. So yeah, overall that was a fun spot for dinner.
On the way into Tulsa, we had to stop to see a new giant that wasn't here last time. And then the Meadow Gold and the Buck Adams guys down there. This area of Tulsa is just epic for Route 66. There's a bunch of giants and just so fun. This is one of our favorite ones on the whole route.
We explore these more in detail on our Tulsa video, which you can see linked in the description. But this is Buck Adam and Stella Adam. They're both space cowboys in Tulsa.
And then down here we got Meadow Gold Mac, and right across the street we got a cowboy.
There's also the Meadow Gold sign, which is a historic sign in Tulsa, and my dad and I just love this part of the city. It's one of our favorite stops on Route 66.
Check that out. Is that not the coolest Route 66 sign right there? Shout out to Tulsa. This one's Cowboy Bob, and I especially love that it got the old truck next to him.
It's cool that they keep adding new ones here, and I was told that they might be adding some more.
Alright, now we're actually heading to the hotel.
Continuing our tour of old hotels, this is the Mayo Hotel, a luxury one from 1925.
I can't imagine people on Route 66 staying here.
Yeah, hard to imagine.
So I have no idea how I got this room, but maybe they liked me at check-in or something. Look, there's 2 full bedrooms, 2 full bathrooms. There's a kitchen, and there's a living area. Here's the second bedroom, and here is the second bathroom. I mean, you're not hearing me complain. This is incredible, but this is definitely way better than I was expecting it to be. I wish we were staying here longer.
I think I could get used to this. Let's do this in the future.
This is like first class in the plane right here.
Well, this is twice now. We had one place, we had 2 separate rooms, and this is kind of like 2 separate rooms. This is wild.
When it opened, it was briefly the tallest building in Oklahoma, and you can still go to the rooftop where they have a bar and you can get some great views out over the city.
Such a cool rooftop bar, but I couldn't get Pops to come up here because it's too high up that he's afraid of heights.
The hotel also has its own museum on the second floor featuring different artifacts and lots of photos. Notable guests over the years have included John F. Kennedy, Charlie Chaplin, Babe Ruth, Bob Hope, and Elvis Presley. Like all the other historic hotels, I also went out at nighttime to see what it looked like lit up, and the only thing that lights up is the Mayo sign at the top of the hotel, but it's pretty cool to go up to the rooftop bar, see the lit up sign, and look out over the lit up Tulsa. Well, that's it for day 6. We'll see you tomorrow. We started the day with a visit to Jones Coffee Company, which was a great spot for coffee and a pastry. And note that we spent the previous day exploring Tulsa and did a 24 hours in Tulsa video with some more Route 66 stops that you can see in the description, including a visit to Mother Road Market, a Route 66 themed food hall, and playing mini golf. And then from there we headed out of the city with a quick stop at the Blue Dome, which was built in 1924 and was a service station and is now an unofficial symbol of that neighborhood. And then we made another quick stop at the Cyrus Avery Memorial Plaza. There's Pops on the top of Crybaby Hill. He is definitely a crybaby.
He's tired of driving and saying things. I want to go home and go to bed.
At the Cyrus Avery Plaza, you can see the East meets West statue. I always thought this was cool the first time. Kind of the differences in culture and innovation with the car versus the horse and carriage. It's a really unique statue. Cyrus Avery was the Tulsa County Commissioner, and he was kind of the father of Route 66 and the numbered highway system that we have today in America. This plaza is like a memorial to his vision, and you can walk around and go under the bridge and see different information plaques and cool views. You can also see the old bridge, which was upgraded for Route 66 traffic in 1929 and became one of the most important early crossings for the highway. Plus, there's a poem called The Bridge Builder, which was inspired by him, and I'll put this up on the screen right here and you can pause it if you want to read it. It's a great poem. There's also a musical road that plays This Land Is Your Land, but only if you're heading east. Continuing out of Tulsa, there was a small park with some old motel signs, and then there's something called the Tulsa Historic Village, which covers Route 66, the train industry, and the oil industry. There is an old service station here as well. We were just looking at the service station right when a few people walked up to open it up, so we did get to go inside of this one. And inside there's some more information about Cyrus Avery, and there's some pictures and things like that, but it's pretty small. I gotta give another shout out to Tulsa. They're one of our favorite stops along Route 66, and they're even better than they were the first time we came through here. But now we're heading on towards Oklahoma City. As we continued to head west, we just looked for opportunities to get out and explore a new part of Route 66 we hadn't seen before. And one of the best places we found for that was Sapulpa, where we stumbled on a few things that we weren't aware of. In a town that calls itself the Crossroads of America. And the first spot we saw was a place called Gasoline Alley Classics, something we just saw from the road and had no idea we were gonna love as much as we did. Located in a building that dates back to 1917 and was a Ford Model T assembly plant, this place feels like the man cave that you've always dreamed about having. Plus, it's also competing for the coolest bathroom on Route 66. Wow, look at that. That is a cool bathroom. If you get stuck on the toilet, there's a pulley that'll free you. Alright, so they got two bathrooms here. Here's the first one, and here's the second one. And they're in a competition with the guy from Kansas for best bathroom on the route, I think. But they did tell me that they had theirs first. I had no idea I was going to be taking so many videos on Route 66 bathrooms, but I'm here for it.
That is a must stop. The people who run it are fabulous. The man who bought it, the history behind it. He bought this place and found out that it was like a 1914 Model A Ford assembly plant. Wow, hit the lottery. This is a great stop.
About 5 minutes away while driving down the road, you'll see the world's tallest gas pump right in front of you, and at the bottom of that is a cool car museum. This is known as the Heart of Route 66 Auto Museum, and it opened in 2016. It actually has a lot of really unique cars on display, some of which I had never even seen before. That is a special built Maserati. How cool is that? And this is a 1905 Cadillac. The museum just started a major 5,000 square foot expansion, so probably by the time you go, there might be more cars on display and it might be a lot bigger. Also, one of the claims to fame is that they have a few restored cars from the 1920s, and on some weekends they'll actually take you in a ride in one of them around the local area. They weren't giving rides when we were there, and so we continued on and we stopped at bridge number 18 over Rock Creek. This is really cool. They have this old preserved bridge here and they built an entire plaza surrounding it. This bridge was built in 1924 to take people across the river on Route 66. And one of the things that makes it so unique is that it was a brick-lined bridge, which you don't find very often, and most of those bricks are still from the time period they were installed.
It's really great to see how they preserved that old bridge and built this cool plaza. It's a fun spot.
Continuing west, we drove for about 30 minutes and we were hoping to be able to stop at the Rock Cafe for lunch. The Rock Cafe itself is almost 100 years old, and it was so popular back in the 50s that it actually ran 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Don Welch took over as owner in 1993, and when the Pixar crew researching cars was driving the route, they came back to the Rock Cafe many times, and they became good friends with Welch, and she was actually the inspiration for the car Sally in the movie. There's some fun signed posters and artwork around the restaurant from the Pixar crew, and there's a store next door where you can get all sorts of Cars merchandise. We were hoping to eat here, but unfortunately the wait was an hour and a half when we got there. So we just walked around, talked to a few people, took some pictures, and then headed on. I have to say the town of Stroud, Oklahoma, where Rock Cafe is based, was pretty cool as well. It just feels like one of those historic downtowns. And then next up we made it to Chandler, Oklahoma, which has an old armory, and inside they have a Route 66 interpretive center.
I remember this last time I was here. It's so hilarious. You can lay in bed and watch a show. Neon Nights. And there you go. I mean, it's the only museum exhibit I've ever seen like this, so that's cool. There's 1, 2, 3 different beds you can watch a movie in.
This museum is very much movie focused, so most of the exhibits are sitting down on a bed or on a chair and then watching a movie about a specific aspect of Route 66.
You'll have to decide for yourself if that one's worth it for you. It's much more of a sit and watch kind of movies than look around at the exhibits, but if you want to do that, it's cool. So it looks like they're doing something else with this service station now, but this has, through my lens, Route 66 lore, because that is where Pops changed the tire of our last rental car as we drove through.
I changed a tire in a classic gas station. That's pretty awesome.
It's pretty awesome.
Heading on from there, we planned to go to the Butcher Barbecue stand, but unfortunately that one had an over hour-long line as well since it was a Saturday and a lot of people were driving the route, so we continued on. I still remember the first time we came here. I'm not like a huge motorcycle fan or anything, but this museum was incredible, so I'm excited to see it again. Known as the Seba Station Motorcycle Museum, the building that it was housed in was built in 1921, 5 years before Route 66.
As you can tell, if you're a motorcycle fan, you will love this stop. This is from 1920. This bike was built for and ridden in Captain America.
There are over 100 motorcycles on display here, and I talked to some people walking around who are motorcycle fans, and they said that this collection has some of the rarest they've seen.
Another thing I remember from coming here last time was that there's an old outhouse in the back. Yep, there you go, an original Route 66 roadside bathroom. I'm gonna have to start calling this the bathroom tours of Route 66.
Heading on, we stopped at the newly installed midpoint marker for the state of Oklahoma, which is a giant push pin, and it's entitled "You Are Here." Underneath it has a Route 66 map, and on top it also says Route 66, but you can only see that via drone. We thought this was a fun addition as it's a modern day roadside attraction that just got added to the route. These last two spots are actually before Butcher Box Barbecue. We just backtracked after we tried to visit that.
This is just a service station outside of a small town, but it looks like they've done a good job of restoring it a little bit.
The interesting note about this one is that it's the only known Black American owned and operated gas station on Route 66. It wasn't open for us to go inside, and so we continued on and took a detour on another old section of Route 66. This section has two original types of paving, concrete roadbed and asphalt paving, which were both completed in 1928, and it's been preserved after it was bypassed.
What'd you find?
This is unbelievable. At this spot right here, in 2008, Paul McCartney was wanting to celebrate his 66th birthday, so he was in New York, he got an old car, and he drove the route here, and he happened to be on this part of the road. Paul McCartney, of all people, was at this spot celebrating his 66th birthday on Route 66. out here in the middle of central Oklahoma. How fun is that?
Those are the things you learn when you walk along the old highway.
My dad has over 30 videos on this spot and more on his channel called Postcards from Route 66. If you want to check it out, I'll leave a link in the description, and then from there we continued on to the Arcadia Round Barn. This is a famous spot on Route 66 and one that everybody stops at and that shows up in many of the magazines and brochures about the route. On the bottom floor there's some history and a shop with some consignment type products, and then you can go up the stairs to experience the beauty of the barn. This was actually built by a local farmer in 1898. And the story goes that he built it in a round shape because he was hoping that the tornadoes would go around it instead of tearing through it. The roof of the barn actually collapsed in 1988, but luckily a preservation group came through and rebuilt it.
You know, when I think about Route 66 architecturally, we've been in big cities and whatnot. I think architecturally this is the most amazing place on the route. I mean, all you got to do is just look at this. It's brilliant, and that people were able to bring it back and restore it to its current glory. Wow, I just always look forward to coming here just to look at this ceiling because it's so amazing.
What's cool about this spot is that you can actually rent it. There's a table and chairs, and you can have a barn party in here.
And then only 2 minutes down the road is another of Route 66's most popular attractions, Pop's Soda Ranch.
We've made it to Pop's, which means it's time for round 2 of Josh and Pop's soda battle.
Who can pick the soda that'll be the most disgusting to the other person? I clearly won last time.
You definitely won last time.
All right, round 2 is gonna go to me though. I'm feeling good about it.
Which one of these shirts do you think Pop's needs? This one, or this one, or probably this one. All right, I'm looking for my one for Pops. There's a Nevada Reaper soda. There's coffee, zombie brain juice, fungal fruit, pickle flavor, carrot cake, dirt soda. We got boysenberry pie. We got toxic waste sour soda, worm ooze, blue cheese dressing. Oh man. This is what I was looking for, so I think I'm gonna go with ranch dressing soda. I'm especially evil because there's a cold version and I chose warm for Pops.
But yeah, there's a diner here and there's hundreds of different types of soda.
Alright, Pops has made his selection and I've made mine. It's too windy, so we're going to the car.
I got a winner right here, I think. I got blue cheese salad dressing.
I saw that one. Alright, vote for which one you think is gonna be worse. Cheers. I mean, that one's really good. They did not make this one bad at all. Blue cheese dressing is very enjoyable. Pops is just downing his whole drink.
I would never know that this was ranch dressing.
No?
It just tastes like a sweet soda.
Well, you drank the whole thing, but that doesn't mean it's good. Oh my gosh, that smells terrible. All right, well let us know in the comments.
Have the people vote. And look here.
Blue cheese or ranch? I think ranch dressing has to be worse than this, though. This is actually pretty enjoyable. That was our last major stop before Oklahoma City, but we're gonna go past Oklahoma City and drive real quick out to Sid's Diner to try an onion burger, because last time we went through there it was closed, and it's closed tomorrow, so we really want to try it, and we're gonna go head out. And then we'll explore more Oklahoma City spots tomorrow.
This ended up being well worth the 45-minute drive. Sid's Onion Burger opened in 1989, and it is a great place for a meal.
The lady sitting next to me told me that I had to try this. This is a coney, and it's got chili and some type of coleslaw relish on top.
There we go. And look at that hot dog. I don't know what the deal is with that red hot dog, but no, it's a wonderful combination. Really good.
Pops is just waiting because he says, I'm going to love this. He's so excited. Are you trying to eat mine? No. Get away from mine, Cody. Yeah, it's like sweet and smoky at the same time. So good. Look at that. That is just a mound of onions, and then they also grill the bun as well. So good. That's incredible. I don't want this to end. It is so good.
Josh got to go behind the scenes and stand over the grill and talk to the people while they're making the burgers, which is really fun.
Because we were so excited about the whole experience, they actually invited me to come back and to watch them make it. And I got to talk to the owner himself about the history and about the burgers and about what makes them so good. Honestly, this was one of our favorite stops on Route 66.
It's too good. We get another half.
Josh got to watch the guy do it on this one.
Yeah.
I have to say, El Reno is one of the highlights of my trip so far. We got invited back. We got to talk to the owner, one of the nicest guys I've ever met. He was just showing me how they cook the burgers, telling me stories about Route 66. We were there for probably a good hour just hanging out with him, and he kept showing me more pictures and everything. Great, great, great people. And then somebody who was sitting next to us who told us about the Coney dog, which blew our mind. They just paid for our meal. They didn't know we were on YouTube or anything. They literally just paid for our meal, and we walked out of that place without paying anything. I don't know, man. The people of El Reno and Sid's Burgers, that was a Route 66 highlight right there.
That was incredible. And he was not just the owner, he's the founder. He's the guy behind Sid's, named after his father. Amazing person.
Yeah, and the food also was great.
Continuing into Oklahoma City, tonight we were staying at the Colcord Hotel, which was built in 1909.
All right, in our hotel room for the night. 2 beds, good sized room. There's a bathroom over there. There was a scale. I haven't seen a scale in a hotel in a long time. And then there's the shower.
When it opened, this was the first skyscraper in Oklahoma City, standing 145 feet tall. And it's in a great location in downtown. You can walk around, there's a park across the street, there's even information on the person who built it and his legacy in Oklahoma. And that's it for day 7. We will see you tomorrow. We started our time in Oklahoma City by going by the building with the milk bottle on top, which is another popular Route 66 stop, and then heading over to the Cowboy Museum, which is something that Pops really wanted to spend some time at. This museum is massive, with over 200,000 square feet of exhibition space, and over 25,000 different artworks and artifacts. I had been on the previous trip to Oklahoma City, so I didn't visit on this one, but I gave Pops a few hours to walk around while I worked. And then when he was done, I picked him up and we headed over to try Tucker's Onion Burgers. Tucker's is like the onion burger chain, and there's 6 of these that you can find around the city.
It doesn't look like there's much onions, but maybe they're cooked into it or something, I'm not sure.
But I do like that they have grilled jalapenos in here. I've never seen that before.
Yeah, that's pretty hard to beat.
It's tough to take an onion burger compared to Sid's, but here we go. Great flavor. Huge difference is the bun. They toasted the bun at Sid's, make a huge, huge difference. A lot more onions. This is still delicious, but it's quite a leap below Sid's.
I agree with Pops about the bun. That's probably the biggest difference. Other than that, this is a very, very strong burger. So if you can, go to Sid's. If you can't, you gotta try onion burger. Tucker's is a great choice as well. As someone who loves fried jalapenos and fried onions, though, I'm just happy that this is a thing in Oklahoma because this is so good.
From Tucker's, we walked about 5 minutes down the street to see the Tower Theater and to see something called Robots on 66. This is a new installation called Robots on 66. It says that this is number 2, but this is the only one that I know of. Maybe they're going to be putting in some more.
This is the original 1926 alignment.
From there, we headed out of Oklahoma City, and if you want to see more things to do in Oklahoma City, I have a video on that you can see in the description. On the way out of town, be sure to keep your eyes peeled for Lake Overholser Bridge, which was built in 1919, and you drive it as you're leaving. And then you'll pretty quickly get to the town of Yukon, which has some really cool old mill and granary equipment. And because of its location on Route 66, Yukon's best flour went from a local business to a national business.
We made it to El Reno, and there's Sid's from the onion burgers that we had yesterday. But we're not really doing anything in the town today. There's a sign over there, and there's a mural over here.
There was also an old filling station right in downtown, and it was open, so we peeked our head in for a few minutes, saw a couple old cars, and then continued on. As you continue to drive west through Oklahoma and Texas, and then into New Mexico and Arizona, you'll note that it gets farther and farther between the big cities and between the attractions that you stop at.
So when they created this bridge, they actually cut off all of that part of Route 66 in 1934.
Known as the Pony Bridge, at the time it was built, it was called the most pretentious engineering project taken on by the Oklahoma Highway Commission, and it's over 4,000 feet long.
So this is what happens when you fly your drone in the Oklahoma wind.
It is a serious wind. Oh my gosh.
I was flying pretty good, and I was going over this tree, and it just shoved it down. Utter destruction.
Ouch.
So after destroying my drone, we continued on, and this is an engineering marvel with 38 individual pony truss spans. And from there we made our way to the town of Weatherford, and specifically the Stafford Air and Space Museum. I'm excited about this because this museum is supposedly a hidden gem in this part of Oklahoma, so it'll be fun to check it out. General Stafford was born in Weatherford, and he flew 4 historic space missions over the course of his NASA career. That's why the museum is named after him, and it's a fantastic one with one of the largest collections of aerospace artifacts in the United States. They have lots of unique replicas here, from the Wright brothers plane to the Spirit of St. Louis. These are all of the different rockets of the space race. And these are all the ones that were used to launch satellites. Wow, how cool is this? This is the actual flown Gemini 6 spacecraft. Look at that. Alright, Pops, how much would it take for you to get in the Gemini 6?
This is awfully small, so I could definitely not do that.
It's only a couple days in space.
I have unbelievable respect for people who were able to do this back then. My gosh.
This is an actual Titan II rocket which was on alert from 1962 to 1987. Here's the actual pressure suit that Stafford wore on his missions. Alright, Pops, which dancing astronaut are you going to be? You've been a couple astronauts over the years. That one's doing a little bit of a jig. There you go. Perfect. Largest and most powerful single chamber rocket ever built. And there's Pops for comparison.
This rocket is amazing, but the funniest thing, Stafford has this great quote. He says, "This would not be a good place to be standing when this thing fired." Would be vaporized.
Instantly. And like all good space museums, there's an actual piece of the moon. As you can no doubt tell, this is an incredible museum, and I was blown away by how good a museum like this could be in the town of Weatherford, Oklahoma. Wow, at the end of the museum, they also have a Nighthawk that you can see. The first operational aircraft with stealth technology. I can't say anything outside because it's too windy, but that is truly a hidden gem in Oklahoma. If you're interested in space at all, you definitely should stop here on your drive. It's cool because as you're driving around Weatherford, they call themselves the Space City, and there's lots of stuff to reflect that, including our next stop. I think this is the biggest giant on the route. Look at Pops with this one. Maybe I think they said it was 30 feet tall. Pops, you look tiny. That's Major Tom right there. Tom Stafford from the museum. Also, they have a little spot where you can put your phone to take a selfie, which is pretty cool. This giant is a new addition to the city, installed in August of 2025, and man is it cool to see. It stands 30 feet tall, and it's definitely the biggest giant we saw on the route. I don't know, I think that might be one of my favorite new additions to Route 66.
That guy is huge.
He really is. All right, we'll see you tomorrow. I wasn't planning on staying in Weatherford tonight, but because we adjusted it for the museums tomorrow, this is our hotel for tonight. It's not historic, but it's a nice spot. Has a Route 66 sign right there. Pops and I decided that we needed to go see the astronaut one more time in the crazy wind. It was worth coming out. 5 minutes drive for. Pretty cool. Is it worth it, Pops?
This is totally cool. I'm totally down with it. I like the way it highlights it. Like the way it's shining, it's like highlighting his fingers, and it makes it almost look like the reflection on his faceplate is real. I love it. I'm glad we came out.
You know you're in Oklahoma when there's a Route 66 tornado emblem. We said goodbye to the Weatherford Spaceman and made our way to the town of Clinton and their Route 66 museum. This is one of the best Route 66 museums on the entire route, and it opened in 1995 as the first state-run Route 66 museum. We actually stayed where we did last night in order to go to this museum and the one in Elk City because they're closed on Sunday. It's wild to see this when you're reading the Grapes of Wrath, and then just to think about how difficult it would have been to make this journey all the way to the West Coast and during the Dust Bowl. These are some examples of the truck drivers that used to drive Route 66 in the 1940s. You always see the old cars, but it's cool to see some of the old trucks. Get some music on and Bob's goes and dances. Route 66 home movies. If you have some movies, you can actually send them in and they'll play them up here. This isn't really that big of a museum, but it has great exhibits and it's really well laid out. So it's definitely not something you want to miss on your drive. Here's the Route 66 Hall of Fame, and we got Harley up on the wall, who we might be seeing later depending on whether he's there or not. Before leaving the museum, see some of the old cars and then head outside and you can actually see an old diner that they relocated here in order to help preserve. That's an awesome museum. It hasn't changed much since we were here 7 years ago, but it's still probably one of the best Route 66 museums on the routes.
Yeah, I love the old cars. I like the way they break it up about like across history. Like each room is a different time period from the very beginning all the way up to like the 1960s and present day.
Yeah, and it is a pretty miserable day with up to 48-mile-per-hour wind gusts. So it's good that we're doing a lot of museums today. Continuing on from there, it was about a 30-minute drive from Clinton to Elk City. During this portion, Route 66 basically drives alongside the freeway. This is supposedly the largest Route 66 sign. There's Pop standing there for reference. This giant Kachina doll outside of the museum was actually made by the Native Americans for a trading post that was on Route 66, a little bit south of the city, they said. After taking our pictures, we went inside and paid the fee to visit the museum, and there's 2 sections to see.
This kind of looks like how it is when we're normally driving.
And in this one, you can actually sit in a car and watch Creature from the Black Lagoon. You know what the difference between 7 years is? Last time Pops jumped up and went down that pole. This time he says he's probably gonna hurt himself. Here's the video.
I'm ready.
Yeah, ready for the fire. After visiting the small exhibit, go back over to the main museum where they have most of the Route 66 stuff. This is a cool map they have in here, and then there's an awesome John Steinbeck quote at the top, but it goes all the way around. Shows the whole route. This is where we're at right now. We're going to Amarillo tonight. This part of the museum is strong. There's a lot of cool cars in here, and there's a lot of cool exhibits that they have them sitting in. It's small, but this part's nice. This is the 1928 car from the Grapes of Wrath, courtesy of the Jode family, which is the family from the story.
Yeah, I think this is particularly cool because it really gives you a feel of people packing up everything that they had, heading out to California, hoping for a better life, and not always achieving it because of the different regulations.
I mean, you even got a nice little basket for your chickens right there. There's a lot of other stuff to see at this museum, but we just focused on Route 66, and so you see it all in about 30 minutes, and then we continued on. When we were in the museum, someone told us that we had to try a salty frog, and that that's a thing at Elk City. And you know, we're never one to pass up a unique food experience, so
Especially a salty frog.
we're gonna go get a salty frog before we head on. I honestly couldn't find a lot of history about the salty frog online, but we were told to go to 66 Sweet Spot in order to try one. Check it out, there's the salty frog. There's even a little frog on top. Pop's got the original one, which is lemon, squeezed lemon, and salt.
Just fresh lemon juice from a lemon squeezed on here and then salted.
And mine has the lemon, but it also has cherry. That's what the people told us to have at the museum.
Totally different than anything.
Sour and sweet.
I mean, you can imagine what it is. It's lemon juice, which is sour, and there's no sweet.
That's
Lemon
true.
juice, which is sour, and salt. That's an interesting combination. This will give me my sweet, that little froggy.
I tried Pops and I can't do it. Just a straight lemon and salt, definitely not for me. However, when you put a flavor in it, so you get that salty, the sweet, and the sour, then it becomes really good. I like mine. But he's sitting there eating the whole thing, so he likes it. Right before the museum in Elk City, there's also this mini golf course that's Route 66 themed. I don't know anything about it. There's no information. It's all closed up, but it looks like a pretty fun mini golf course. Funner than the one we did in Tulsa. I mean, look at those Cadillacs from Cadillac Ranch. Heading on from here, we drove past some old bridges. We spent some time driving alongside of the freeway, and we went into a few small towns.
This one with a courthouse that was featured in Grapes of Wrath, and this one that had a large horseshoe. Before arriving in Eric, Oklahoma to meet our old friend Harley again. This is the Sand Hills Curiosity Shop, and it's a lot like the one that they made in Cars. Welcome to Eric, Oklahoma, the redneck capital of the world. Yeehaw! If you're not familiar with this shop, it's ran by the eccentric Harley, who is supposedly the inspiration for Tow Mater's voice in the movie Cars. He has all sorts of things to see in here, and you can walk around and take pictures, and he's always talking to people, but do note he's pretty off color if you're bringing kids. There's another vote for most interesting bathroom on Route 66 right here. Harley had a lot of other people to entertain, so we didn't spend as much time here as we did the previous time when it was just my dad and I for 20 minutes.
I tell you what, we've had these dadgum dudes in here doing a little bit of YouTube video.
It's always a crack up to go visit Harley, but remember, not politically correct. You might not want to bring your children.
Hop's getting that YouTube gold. We're trying our best to stay on the main route, but just right here is an example where 66 is the freeway.
Texas, baby. I love Texas, and especially I love Amarillo going through there.
Almost immediately when you cross the border from Oklahoma into Texas, you're going to get off and go to the U-Drop Inn. Local lore says the unique building is because the man who created it dragged an old nail through the dirt to draw what he wanted and then had an architect build it. And it's still a great place to explore with lots of cool history to see, awesome people to talk to, a store, and even a small diner. So this is the booth that Elvis sat at when he ate here. And yes, that's true. Elvis Presley actually ate at this diner and sat in that same booth. Just in case you're driving the route in the Tesla, there is a charger right by the U-Drop Inn. We haven't seen a lot of those, but it's pretty cool that they have one here. Continuing on, we drove about 20 minutes to one of Pop's favorite stops from last time.
This is the Barbed Wire Museum. I'm so excited.
It's called the Devil's Rope Museum, and yes, it is a tribute to barbed wire, and it has a Route 66 portion. This guy was part of something called the Regal Reptile Ranch. That's what he was trying to get people off of Route 66 to see. There's a picture of the ranch from 1979, and there's another picture of the ranch right there. I'm sure you can imagine what the baby rattles are in this one. We've seen this joke a couple times on the route. And then this is the original steer from the Big Texan. You'll see the one tonight. You'll see how big it is now, but this is the original. There's the Mother Road across Texas. It's not too long, but there's some fun stops along the way. And here we are, right here in McLean.
Cadillac Ranch is like our new Stonehenge. It's the most important roadside attraction of our generation.
They said that there's probably around 1,000 layers of paint on each one of the cars from Cadillac Ranch. And that's what Cadillac Ranch looked like before. And as you can see in the back, they have a massive barbed wire museum. This is what Pops was so excited about the first time that he came through here. He even bought some barbed wire and took it home. Didn't do anything with it yet, but he has some at home. This is just a really interesting museum. It's well worth stopping when you're on a drive. I mean, this is all soil samples from different places in Texas. There's Route 66, there's Dust Bowl, and there's barbed wire history here. Was it as good as it was the first time?
It was very interesting, and I'm actually taking some home with me this time.
Look at that. That's a pretty cool magazine rack. This is a cowboy magazine rack. And then as you're leaving McLean, there's another service station on the way out that wasn't open. So we've been using this book for some of our Route 66 journey, and right now we're heading down to the ghost town of Jericho to go to one of the most dangerous sections of Route 66 back in the day. All right, here we go. Pops is turning down dirt Route 66 to drive to the Jericho ghost town. How do you feel about driving on dirt Route 66?
It's cool to drive it. I need to walk it some too. I've been trying to walk all the unusual sections.
Well, you have a perfect. You can walk and explore the ghost town of Jericho right there.
I'm doing it.
Right now, I want to explore the ghost town a little bit. This area is known as the Jericho Gap, and it was infamous as an 18-mile stretch of unpaved black clay road. And when it rained, the road turned into a genuine mud pit, capable of swallowing tires and stranding families for hours or even days at a time. Because of that, there was once a booming town here, but they rerouted it in 1936 to get away from the mud problem. And Jericho itself became a ghost town.
We've been listening to the Grapes of Wrath on our road trip, and it's just wild to think of how difficult this journey could have been 100 years ago when the route started. I mean, it's easy for us now, but back then it was a daunting undertaking. People would have their whole life on their car and just hope that their car could make it all the way to California.
Continuing on from here, we drove another 15 minutes to make it to the Leaning Tower of Texas. But we didn't stay out there for too long because of how windy it was. The water tower never worked well and it was sold to a local entrepreneur who brought it over here and tilted it, making it a roadside attraction to bring visitors to his shop, but the shop is unfortunately no longer here.
You can see all the dust out there in the distance. It says that the wind is 30 miles an hour with gusts up to 40 miles an hour right now.
With the wind and the crazy dust storm, we didn't stop anywhere else and we just tried to get to Amarillo as fast as possible. I mean, we even skipped the Buc-ee's, which was outside of Amarillo, and just made our way to our stopping point for the night, the Big Texan Steakhouse.
We're in the Big Texan, and here is our room. And the worst part about these rooms is sometimes there's people hiding in the bathroom.
That's right. Excuse me, I'll be finishing in a minute, sir.
It is interesting the way that they have these window covers. It's very on point from what you would think of a cowboy motel.
They got a Texas-shaped pool here, but it is not currently open. The Big Texan is another iconic spot that many people choose to stay at or at least get a meal at when they drive Route 66. It's been operating for over 65 years and we stayed at it the first time we drove through, so we wanted to stay at it again. Home of the free 72-ounce steak. Who's about to finish it? Pops.
There is no way I could eat that. That is an insane amount of meat. Plus you have to eat the sides as well.
If you're coming here, I highly recommend getting a reservation in advance. When we were there was a pretty long wait, but I got a reservation earlier that morning, so it wasn't too difficult to get. And we just explored for a little bit before our table was ready.
Only chair that can make me look small. Ready for a steak, Pops?
I am all about a steak right now.
And while we were waiting to order, someone stepped up to take on the eating challenge.
We got somebody about to take on the 72-ounce steak right here. And then Pops is next.
Yeah, I'm going to take on 10 ounces.
Travis has 1 hour only to eat 4.5 pounds of meat, a baked potato, a side salad, 3 fried shrimp, and a dinner roll. If he cannot do it, he owes the Big Texan $72.
We're getting dinner in a show right now because someone is trying the 72-ounce challenge right next to us. So this is pretty fun. Cheers.
Cheers.
This place is just awesome, and the vibe here is so strong, even has cowboys walking around playing music.
Prime rib, baby.
How much prime rib is that? Is that 72 ounces? Are you going for it?
It's 85.
This is 10 ounces of filet with a loaded baked potato and the chili cream corn. What is that? the chili flag. Oh, look at you. You're showing off now.
Pretty much.
Better than the burgers at Taco Bell we've been eating?
Better than the burgers at Taco Bell. Better than anything we've had so far. That's actually.
So a place like this might feel like it's going to be a tourist place and you're going to pay and it's not going to be very good, but I have to say that is wrong. This is an amazing filet. The prime rib is amazing. Definitely don't skip it if you're into steak.
We got Gonzo all the way from Chihuahua, Mexico, attempting our 72-ounce steak challenge! Woo-hoo!
We got our second challenge right there now, so there's 2 people trying to take down the steak. Pops twisted my leg and made us get some coconut pie. We're going big today.
I can eat that myself.
I would like to see it. I'll put you up on the board and see how much time it takes you to eat it.
And while we were finishing our meal, a third person joined the steak challenge. I guess this is a thing that people want to try while they're here, but we didn't see anyone finish it.
Last thing we got to do tonight is I got to beat Pops in the shooting gallery.
This has never happened.
Have you even hit me yet? 42 seconds left. He's just going for all the easy ones over here. All the ones that are like 2 feet away. All right, 10:65. That's the time to beat right there.
He's not doing anything. Oh, guy putting his head up.
That was pretty good. Look what he got. 535. That's pretty good.
That's what you have to do. You have to cheat when you're Pops because that is double his score. So anyone who is on Team Josh, good choice. Don't go with Team Pops, that's for sure. Pops, you finally found a hat that'll fit you.
What are you talking about?
This is a good look for you. You won't be able to get into the car though, I don't think, with that one.
Man. That's all for today. We will see you tomorrow.
I did go out again to see what the Big Texan looked like lit up, and then that was the end of day 9. We started another windy day, but it seemed like it was going to be a lot better than the previous. First stop of the day is the VW Slug Bug Ranch. The first time we drove the route, this was actually located on the outskirts of Amarillo, but then it was relocated in 2024. And it now sits in front of the Big Texan RV Ranch, making it easier to access. We're going to do our major art at Cadillac Ranch, but Pops wanted to leave a small token on these cars. Alright, not masterpiece number 1. We're gonna go try something else. My dad loves using the spray paint, as you will see later at Cadillac Ranch. Alright, round 2. Well done.
We went from 40-mile-an-hour winds and 95 degrees yesterday with the crazy dust to 40-mile-an-hour winds and 45 this morning. So it is frigid out there when we're trying to do our artwork.
Yeah, it makes a big difference, I'll tell you.
The wind is supposed to end by around noon today, so fingers crossed.
After painting our 30-second masterpiece, we headed into downtown Amarillo and went to Journey Polk Street Coffee. We grabbed a coffee and a pastry, and it was a pretty good spot, and then we took a 45-minute detour off of Route 66 to go to Palo Duro Canyon. We are looking at the second largest canyon in the United States.
It is beautiful. Wow, look at that. Extensive. It definitely has like the width of the Grand Canyon. It doesn't have the depth. I mean, the Grand Canyon is probably 3 times as deep as this, but it's still incredibly beautiful.
I had originally planned on spending the entire day hiking and exploring the park, but unfortunately all the trails in the park were closed because of a wildfire, so we could only drive the main roads and just take in the views. That's why we were able to do it during our Route 66 drive, as we were only down there for about an hour and a half. And we started by heading into the visitor center. Here's all the different extinct animals that they've found fossils of here. Here's the lodge, which is the visitor center. There's a photo from the 1930s. The lodge, which is now the visitor center, was built in 1933 by the Civilian Conservation Corps, and it sits right on the canyon's rim. And after exploring for a little bit, we set out on the main road to take in a few of the overlooks and to drive down into the canyon itself. There's not a lot of overlooks or views to really see while you're driving the road without being able to hike, so do know that going in. So this is the trail that we were hoping to do, but unfortunately the trails are all closed. But in case you come out here, you can do the Lighthouse Trail, which is about 2.8 miles. Unfortunately, that was all of the park that we were really able to see today because of the wildfire and all of the closures, but it was still cool to be able to drive down in here and to see some of the views, and it definitely made me excited for coming back in the future and doing some hiking. We're back on Route 66 after our morning exploring the canyon. First stop, the Texas Visitor Center. Amarillo only has a couple things related to Route 66, and this is one of them. It's more of a shop than it is a visitor center, but there was some cool stuff for sale and a nice person to talk to. It's crazy how small the Texas portion is. So there's the U drop in, and then we came all the way over here to Amarillo, and then we're almost already into New Mexico. The thing about Texas on Route 66 is they like their graffiti, so we're gonna add junction pops to the wall here as well. Wow. Wow. I think they might frame that, it's so beautiful.
Yeah, that wouldn't be the first time.
On the way out of town, we did see a place called Texas Ivy that caught our eye, as it had a really cool Route 66 sign that was growing in the actual ivy plants. This is so cool. It's a 1920s house that they turned into an antique shop. And the person working here is incredibly nice. We got some stamps for our stamp book, and I picked up a little notepad, and then we headed on. Next up, we're going to the famous Cadillac Ranch, which is right down that road. But before we do, There's a cowboy giant known as the Second Amendment Cowboy and the Cadillac Ranch gift shop. He's taking his Second Amendment rights very seriously with how big those guns are at his feet. They also got a bunch of Cadillacs here. Nice ones that you don't want to paint. Please do not graffiti these Cadillacs. Look at that, there's a true cowboy behind you. All right. This spot definitely wasn't here the last time we drove Route 66, and it's cool to see that they have a shop like this here now. This is jewelry made with Cadillac Ranch paint chips. There's a picture of them planting the Cadillacs in 1974.
For once, I will embrace this one.
This is the way that Pops pictures himself in his head when he pictures himself.
That's not the way I picture myself, this is the way I am.
All right, now we're on to paint at Cadillac Ranch.
How excited are you right now?
I am like so excited. This is the iconic spot for me, I'll tell you.
Pops was like, I need at least an hour to do my paintings. I got all these ideas. He's sketching ideas and everything.
I have been, I really have been.
We were smarter this time. We went to Walmart for our paint.
We are ready.
Last time we paid a lot more for it down the road.
That's for sure.
This is a silly spot, but it's so iconic on Route 66, Cadillac Ranch, and it's just so unique to be able to actually spray paint something, which is normally illegal. It's fun to do some art out on the Cadillacs. What's wild about this spot is how it's still free and open to the public. You basically just bring your own paint and you walk in and you can do whatever you want. They told me that currently there's about 50,000 people a weekend that come to Cadillac Ranch, and in the summer, because of the centennial, they're assuming there might be 150,000 people a weekend. There's the professional right there. Happy birthday, 66. But not a professional filmer because he's doing a time lapse and he's blocking it as he's doing it. What do you guys think of Pop's masterpiece? Happy birthday, 66, Josh and Pops. Well done.
Not too bad.
The idea for this project started in 1974 with 3 San Francisco artists. They got each of the 10 Cadillacs, drove them to the field, and then buried them nose down at a 60-degree angle, the same angle as the Great Pyramid of Giza. Visitors began chipping off pieces and spray painting the cars almost immediately, and rather than fight it, they encouraged it, turning the vandalism of the cars into the whole point of the project. Pops is like a kid in a candy shop. He's back for round 2. What are you doing this time?
I'm going to do a USA 250 one.
Where's your self-portrait at? Van Gogh style.
I got a self-portrait of one of these.
It's so wild that you can come out here and paint these things. I'm not the artist, so I'm just going super simple. I don't know. What do you guys think? Not bad. It's just such a unique spot, both visually and artistically, that it's hard to pull yourself away. It's fun to paint, it's fun to take pictures, it's fun to watch everybody enjoying it, but we're gonna head on.
Was it as good the second time as it was the first?
Well, I'm a little sloppier this time. I got paint on my pants this time, but it's a good souvenir.
It is.
If you do paint here, be sure to do your part and throw it away. And they installed trash cans that aren't even that far away, but there's still just a ton of people leaving stuff out there. It's wild the things that people do there. They were setting up for a full music video when we were there. Continuing on from here, we drove about 20 minutes to the small town of Vega. We made it to the town of Vega, and there was a service station open for us to go in, and then there's a museum across the street. There's a picture of what the service station looked like right there. This is the first open service station we'd seen in a few days, so it was cool to see how a Texas one was. In the back of the little service station, they have an arrow, kind of like the ones in Twin Arrows. When we were there, we talked to someone that told us we had to go over to Mama Joe's Pies, and we're never one to pass that up. All right, I got some chocolate peanut butter pie, and Pop's got coconut cream pie, which I think is his like 7th coconut cream pie of the trip so far.
Why change it?
We're meeting too many amazing people on Route 66, that is for sure. Mama Joe is definitely one of them. Incredible pies, incredible woman. Come support her and grab a slice. Before leaving town, we wanted to go into the History Museum, and wow, has it changed in the last 7 years. If you remember from the first video, this is the place where you can actually stamp your own Route 66 postcard.
Look at that. It even has the 100-year thing. This is different from the last time.
Because we were...
This is a great museum, and the guy who works there told us that people had actually visited the museum because of our first video.
There's Uncle Billy right there. He's the mascot of the museum. There you go, Pops. You holding Uncle Billy.
Hi, Billy.
All right, it says that, warning, frozen dead rattlesnake in the freezer. Open at your own risk. Oh, what?
That's my favorite.
I've never held a frozen rattlesnake before. The things you can do on Route 66.
That's amazing. I need to do this with the
You need to freeze a rattlesnake?
That is nuts.
This is the same body as Doc Hudson in Cars. Check out the inside of this car. Go inside and sit in it. Oh, there's even a Barbie box with a selfie stand if you want to take your picture as a Barbie. But what about Pop's Barbie? Aww, so cute. No one wants to buy that Barbie, I don't think. It's a special edition though. I gotta give a shout out to Danny. If you want to know anything about anything in this museum, he's got you.
Outside, we also saw the world's largest branding iron, and we got to go inside of one of the wind turbine blades. That's certainly something I never thought that I would do in my life.
This is so cool. I am inside a wind turbine blade. Another huge win, man. Vega came through strong. This museum is so good, so much better than even last time. And the pies, this is a must stop on Route 66, the town of Vega.
If you happen to go by the museum, tell them we said what's up, and then from here is about a 20-minute drive to the Midpoint Cafe. Unfortunately, the Midpoint Cafe was already closed for the day, which we knew going in, but we figured we'd take some pictures, and we actually found the store next door to be pretty cool as well.
This is a really cool new shop that opened right next to the Midpoint Cafe. It's called the Dream Maker Station.
This shop has a lot of Route 66 merch, and it actually has a car garage next door where the owner works on cars.
We've made it to the midpoint, 1,139 miles from the start, and 1,139 left to go.
1,000 left to go?
You're telling me. I feel like this has been a long trip already.
Straddling the midpoint. Which way should I go? Should I go back to Chicago or should I go to LA?
Let's go back.
I'll get back to you on that.
Heading on from here towards New Mexico, we took the detour in Glen Rio onto the original alignment of Route 66 that's still dirt.
This is the ghost town of Glen Rio, also the last stop in Texas. Well, it was once a motel and cafe.
This ghost town is another example of what happened when Highway 40 bypassed Route 66 and left these towns in the dust.
We are about to drive on a dirt road portion of Route 66 just inside of New Mexico from Texas. Should be fun.
There's no sign, but we've officially left Texas and headed into New Mexico. We only have 2 states left after this one.
What's interesting about this spot is that you can actually drive 17 miles along the original 1926 route, which is still dirt, past abandoned ghost towns and some still working ranches. It's so interesting to be this remote and see the remains of a service station and even a sign that says modern bathrooms. There's lots of small bridges out here that are prone to washouts, so do note that before you make this drive, as you may have to turn around if one of the bridges is washed out. Luckily for us though, we were able to make the entire 17-mile drive, and this really does feel like you're on historic Route 66.
Get back in the car, Pops. I think it's like the 7th time I've used that joke.
Yeah, this is the first time we've actually seen real livestock by the road, which kind of gives you the feel for, this old route, this dirt road.
So here we are, 16 miles later, we're about to finish the dirt section.
It's so cool that you can still drive this section of Route 66.
Right after we got off the dirt section, we arrived at the world's largest flip-flop and gift shop. All right, there it is, Pops for scale. I mean, that is a pretty big flip-flop. I love it. Any world's largest I can check off on Route 66 is good with me. Heading to the Blue Swallow.
We rushed as fast as we could through this day so that we could get to the Blue Swallow, as we were staying in the most iconic hotel on Route 66.
All right, so here's our room. This is room number 7, but we have a family suite, so we have the room next to it as well. So this is the original oven right here. It doesn't work anymore, but that's the original oven. And then from here, with the family suite, you have 2 rooms that are basically connected. They close them off if you're not staying in it like a family suite, but there's the other room right there. And then here is the bathroom. This is our garage. I have bikes in it right now, but you can actually park in these garages. You guys, I am so excited to stay here. I planned my entire trip, all the dates of the trip, around being able to get a reservation at this hotel because it is so difficult. There's only 20 rooms. I booked this 2 months in advance and it was the only night that they had in May. So if you want to stay here, be sure you get it really far in advance, and for Route 66 hotels, this is basically the pinnacle. This is why it's so famous, is this incredible sign and its history. That's why it's so difficult to book a spot here. And there's only 12 rooms at the entire hotel.
We'll talk more about this hotel later when we go out to take some pictures at nighttime, but we were hungry, so we headed on to dinner.
We're about 2 minutes down the road and we're going to La Cita, Mexican food, for dinner. It's just a cool looking spot, so we figured we'd give it a try.
This restaurant has actually been on Route 66 since 1940.
Beer with a green chili flavor. It's like a Bud Light with a green chili flavor. I wouldn't say it's great, but it's not spicy or anything.
We're in New Mexico now, so you get it Christmas style, which is red and green, if you want to. Mine also comes with a sopapilla and a taco and honey. That is a ton of food. I don't know if it's because we're in New Mexico or because we've been eating nothing but American food, but this is good.
It's very, very good.
If you've never had a sopapilla before, be sure to ask them for some honey.
We're heading back now to the Blue Swallow just to hang out and talk to people. Everybody's just hanging out there. It's a pretty fun place to be, and then see the neon when it fully turns on and gets dark.
One of the reasons the Blue Swallow is so famous is it stands as like a cultural landmark. It celebrates adventure, it celebrates nostalgia, and it also celebrates the enduring spirit of the open road here in the American Southwest.
I think one of the coolest parts is that it's just like a meeting place. I've seen probably 100 people stop and take pictures here tonight.
My dad and I wandered around the hotel for over an hour. We sat in the chairs, we talked to people from all over the world. Specifically, I remember a couple from Norway. If you're able to get a reservation at this hotel from 1942, you won't regret it. And when we were done hanging out, I walked down to TP Curios to see the neon signs there before calling it a night.
That's it for today. We'll see you tomorrow. I'm actually a little sad to leave the Blue Swallow. I've been thinking about this for months, and it's just such a cool stop on Route 66, but we gotta head on.
Leaving the Blue Swallow, we headed over to TP Curios.
You can't take photos inside of this store, but they have lots of Route 66 souvenirs, and it's just cool from the outside. Right across the street is a donut shop, and I feel like we haven't done enough donut reviews for you guys on this video, so we're going to Tucumcari Donuts.
This was a normal mom and pop's type donut shop, but of course we had to try it for you.
Cheers.
Cheers.
Route 66 donuts.
Blueberry.
Good maple glaze on that. That's pretty strong.
This is pretty good. The blueberries don't come through too strong.
I'm going 7 out of 10 on the maple donut.
Yeah, I'm closer to 5 or 6 out of 10, I think, on blueberry.
There you go. Route 66 donut review.
Heading on, we made our way out of Tucumcari, and it's crazy to have a place like this with such a famous motel and to have so much of it run down on the way out of town.
You can see the sign fell off the top right there. It's just sitting on the ground. And then right on the outskirts of town is this Route 66 monument that they created.
I mean, we must have passed 2 to 3 abandoned hotels. It's just crazy to see the kind of juxtaposition on Route 66.
Believe it or not, Pops and I have seen the world's largest pistachio on the Texas-New Mexico road trip. I will link to right here. There's not a lot to see today. We stopped in the ghost town of Cuervo, where there's just a bunch of old abandoned buildings. What's crazy is that it's right next to I-40. I mean, you can see it from the road.
So if you're into exploring some old ghost towns, you can come check this one out, but for most people though, probably skip it. So it's interesting to see all the cool stuff that we're doing on Route 66 and think it's just this amazing road of Americana, but there is a lot of places like this, ghost towns that were abandoned and never came back after the route bypassed it. It'd actually be interesting to drive Route 66 and just look for these old abandoned towns and learn their stories. Maybe for our third drive. This is one of the major stops between the two cities today, is this Route 66 car museum. This museum has been open for about 20 years and it's basically one large room with all of the cars in it. This is a pretty small museum, but it's only $5 and a lot of the cars are actually for sale, which is kind of interesting too. So if you're looking for an old car to drive Route 66, maybe you'll find one here. So like for example, this one's $32,000, a 1950s Buick Special. Check out this 1982 Corvette, $26,000. That is really cool. We might have had to pick up the Corvette if I thought Pops and I would actually fit in it, but we continued on. There's one other spot in Santa Rosa that you have to see while you're here, and that's what's known as the Blue Hole. So this is the Blue Hole, which is an awesome swimming hole on Route 66. One of our favorite things we did last time. But as you can see, I am in a jacket and it is cold and that water is freezing, so we're not swimming today. People are about to go diving. It's one of the best places to learn how to dive, I was told. I mean, look at how clear that water is down there. And it goes pretty far down. I know it's hard to believe, but Pops actually jumped off of that last time we were here.
I think it might have been that rock. It was quite a leap.
Yeah, you jumped all the way from out there?
Yeah, or maybe the wall, maybe on top of that pipe.
This was a very fun stop when it was summertime. But even those divers over there were like, woo, it's cold. So that's what it looks like, and you can get all the way down to almost 60 feet in there. If you're here in the summer and it's warm, you definitely need to do that though. It is so fun to jump off those rocks. From Santa Rosa, you can actually take the road up to Santa Fe, or you can just drive straight to Albuquerque. I had just spent time in Santa Fe, so we just drove to Albuquerque instead. And unfortunately, there's not really much to stop at on this stretch until you make it into the city. We made it to the doghouse. One of Pop's favorite things on our...
One of my favorite things by far.
Hopefully it's as good as we remember. The doghouse is a small chili dog shop that was opened in 1948 and was even featured in TV shows like Breaking Bad. And it was one of the food highlights on our first Route 66 journey. Alright, there it is. It doesn't look like much.
Hopefully they have not changed a thing since the last time.
In 2018, it was actually named the best hot dog in all of New Mexico.
Still amazing. And I love the big old crunchy onions on it. Fabulous. 10 out of 10 again.
It has a nice like smoky flavor and it's a little bit spicy with the chili. That plus the onions. Yeah, it is incredible. Just as good as I remember.
It is definitely the best chili dog I've ever had.
I know it doesn't look like much, but that place is just so incredibly good. We finished all of our driving. Right now we're in Albuquerque and we're gonna be here the rest of the day. We started by going to Old Town Albuquerque and heading to the Rattlesnake Museum and Gift Shop. I'd turn back if I were you. The Rattlesnake Museum has been open for over 25 years and they told us that it draws 50,000 visitors annually. It houses 34 different species of rattlesnakes, more than any other zoo in the United States. And there's also exhibits on other types of reptiles and even snake oil salesmen. And look at this guy, he's just shed his skin. It's relatively small, but it is pretty fascinating to see all of the different types of rattlesnakes they have and to learn more about where they come from and what their names are.
We are certified as brave. I didn't need this. I already knew I was brave.
And it's a postcard, so you can send your bravery to somebody.
That's right, I could share my bravery.
After visiting the museum, we just set out to explore Old Town Albuquerque. It has a fun historic square and has lots of shops around it, and it has an old church as well. There's been a church in this location since 1706, but after the previous one collapsed during heavy rain, this one that you see now was built in 1793. Also, if you're looking for a coffee when you're in Old Town Albuquerque, we headed over to Blackbird Coffee House and we found it to be a pretty great spot for an afternoon drink. And then we headed over to check into the El Vado Motel, our home for the night. This is a pretty cool property. It was an old motor court, but they've really modernized it. It was one of the biggest showers we'd had in the last 3 days. I am really digging the vibe of this place. It's super cool. Check out the wood ceiling.
That's a very cool hotel, and there's lots of shops and little restaurant pods, or there's even a brewery around. Definitely a fun spot. I'm leaving Pops there, and I'm gonna go head out and do the tram before calling it a day.
The tram that takes you to the mountains on the north side of Albuquerque has been around since the 60s, so I figured it'd be a fun thing for this video. So the tram started in 1966, meaning it could very much have been a part of early Route 66, so people would come and check out. It wasn't too busy when I got there, so I was able to pick up a ticket right when I walked in, but they said that sometimes you do need to do it in advance. And then I just had to wait for the tram to come down and for it to be my turn. Supposedly the inspiration for the tram was the owner seeing these types of trams during their ski trips to Switzerland. And their construction required thousands of helicopter trips to airlift workers and materials. Since the line is actually pretty long and it runs 2.7 miles, and the third longest single-span tramway in the world. It takes about 15 minutes from the base to the summit, and along the way you get some incredible views. I was surprised by how high it got and how deep some of the canyons were that we went over.
We made it to the top. Time to explore, go to the observation deck, and maybe hike a trail.
That really is crazy to see that big canyon that you come through on that gondola. At the observation deck, you're over 10,000 feet up in the Sandia Mountains. There's also a restaurant up here, but it's not open today. Since it was getting late in the day, I didn't really have a lot of time to do any hiking, so I just explored and took in the views for about 30 minutes, and then I boarded the tram to head back down. I've been on mini trams like this over the years, and so I didn't think this one was going to be that impressive. But I mean, just look at these views. They're vast, and you can really see far out in the distance. I would say that if this is something that you're interested in, then you should definitely check it out on your Route 66 trip or just a normal trip to Albuquerque. And then from there, I drove the 25 minutes back to the El Vado Motel, and I met up with Pops to get some dinner and to play some trivia. It's cool because they have all of these different restaurants along the side with this unique vibe, and then you can come out and you can eat it right here in the center area. Plus, they have this really cool neon sign over here. There was only 3 other people playing musical trivia with us, and we thought we were actually going to win, but then we ended up losing to the caller, who was apparently playing as well. Oh well, it was a fun way to eat some dinner and hang out. And then the last order of business for the day was just to head back out and to see what the neon signs looked like lit up. I mean, it was no Blue Swallow, but it was still awesome.
That is some cool neon, and this is a cool hotel. We'll see you tomorrow.
We started our morning by saying goodbye to our hotel and walking across the parking lot to go to a coffee and bagel shop. It was nice to have a place like this so close to where we were staying, and it was popular with lots of people grabbing coffee and a bagel before work. And then from there we headed west out of Albuquerque, and we actually saw this visitor center on the outskirts of town and stopped. This is a cool mural in here, all the different stops in Albuquerque and all the signs. There's the hotel that we stayed at last night. I do wish there would have been more going on inside of the visitor center, as there was a huge exhibition space, but there was only one car and some photos in it. It seemed like they could have done a lot more. So this is cool. They have a little outdoor trail with a bunch of signs that you can see. All of this was relatively new, and they were still installing some of the signs while I was there, so if you go, it'd probably be even better now. Do let me know if these signs actually light up at night, because that would be pretty cool to see too.
That's an interesting stop. The outside with all the signs is cool. They got some really cool stuff in the inside, like the big coloring wall and everything, but unfortunately the museum aspect is just a couple of pictures in that huge room, so hopefully they build out some more with that museum. Leaving Albuquerque.
Heading on again from here, it's more freeway driving without a lot of stops until you make it to the Rio Puerco Bridge. This bridge was built in 1933, and it's actually one of the longest single-span steel truss bridges ever built in New Mexico at 250 feet long.
You can see why they don't let you drive on this bridge anymore as you're walking over it. Looks like it's about to collapse over here.
The bridge was replaced in 1999, but preserved as a walkable landmark.
I love that they keep these things protected and they even have a little parking area for it. It's just cool to be able to experience this stuff.
Leaving here, we headed out on another old alignment to see a natural rock formation.
We're approaching one of Pop's favorite points on all of Route 66. It is Owl Rock. Owl Rock, baby.
Oh my gosh, it looks like it could get up and fly away at any second.
Wow, look at that. Let us know if you see the owl in the comments.
Back in the early days of Route 66, it was important to know where you were, and formations like this could help you to know how far you were from a city. There are even vintage Route 66 postcards that show Owl Rock, meaning it was popular back then as well.
I mean, if you've been driving for thousands of miles, I can see how maybe someone would think it would be like an owl. It's a good point of reference, I guess.
And then 2 minutes down the road from Owl Rock is another popular natural formation known as Dead Man's Curve. This is a 270-degree hairpin turn from the original 1920s alignment. The blind approach made it exceptionally dangerous, and online it says that the curve has claimed the lives of countless drivers over the decades.
So this part of Route 66 is basically abandoned, but there are a few cool spots that I love.
This is one of my favorite ones I photographed last time I came through here. A Budville Trading Company, and then the next one is probably my favorite spot I photographed. As we're heading to the spot I promised, one of my favorite photo spots, this building on the left is from 1916 and was a souvenir shop. Obviously it's not open anymore, but it's still pretty cool to see.
As you can see, this section of Route 66 is very remote.
So here it is. This was one of my favorite places I took a picture last time. The clouds were just incredible behind it. I'll play the picture right now. I'm honestly shocked that sign is still there and it's still in this good of condition.
I don't know, what do you guys think? Is that a cool sign? I still think it is. We're heading on to Grant's and we're gonna get some lunch.
Here we are on the outskirts of Grants, New Mexico, and we're gonna go to the Junkyard Brewery.
I randomly found this spot online, and it's a barbecue joint that was built inside a still working auto salvage yard.
I think this may be the coolest place we've eaten on Route 66 in terms of the vibes. Look, we can sit on a car hood inside of an old garage junkyard. Even better, I don't have to be that close to Pops. He's like a good 5 feet away from me.
And our lunch companion is a yellow Corvette. What could be better?
They also brew their own beer here, and you can see all of the vats back there.
One of the interesting things about it, though, is that the barbecue was made in advance and they actually heated it up in a microwave and served it to us. That being said, it was good, but I'm sure it's way better when it's right out of the smoker. It was still a really cool spot to have a meal on Route 66, though. And from there, we drove the 5 more minutes into the town of Grants, which is famous for its mine museum.
Underground tour. Here we go.
So this is cool. The entire bottom floor of this museum is a replica of what a uranium mine would have been like.
And as you can tell, someone's not with me because if you call anything a mine, he's out. Even though it's just a basement with 10-foot ceilings.
Uranium mining is definitely something I knew nothing about, so it was cool to walk through this replica mine.
This is the machine that they would have used to drill into the rock. And this is how they would have ventilated the mine in order to make it safe for people to breathe while they were down there.
The uranium boom lasted from the 1950s to the 1980s, and it ended when uranium prices collapsed and the mine closed in 1982.
That's small, but it's a cool area, and they're doing a great job trying to help you understand the mining process.
And then about 2 minutes from the mine museum is the history museum, and we popped in because we figured they might have some Route 66 stuff, and they had a couple pictures, but not really much else.
So there's 2 little small museums to see in Grants. At that one, it's free and you can get a piece of lava rock. The last thing you gotta do is drive through the Grants sign. There's Pops demonstrating how to drive through the sign. Well done, Pops. You didn't even get close to hitting it.
Didn't hit either side.
It says lit up neon at night, but we've never seen that. Maybe one day we'll see that. Heading on to the Continental Divide.
From Grants, it's about 30 minutes drive to get to the Continental Divide.
We've made it to the Continental Divide and the Continental Divide Trading Post. From this point, water flows to the left to the Pacific Ocean and it flows to the right to the Atlantic Ocean.
The trading post here has lots of Route 66 merchandise and lots of Native American merchandise and jewelry. There's also a section that sold fireworks as well. Other than that, there's not much else to see here, and so we continued on to our endpoint for the day, Gallup, New Mexico.
We made it to Gallup, and you could really combine the last 2 days if you were wanting to and you were wanting to save time, but because of different hotels we were staying at, we wanted to stay in Gallup. So we're here at about 3:30. We're going to explore a little bit, have some dinner, and make it basically just a chill day.
We just parked our car in downtown Gallup and we walked up and down a few of the main streets. There were a couple shops open and there was a Route 66 museum that we peeked our head in. This is known as the Rex Museum and it's inside a building that dates back to the early 1900s.
There's not a lot in here, but it is a free museum and there's some interesting information to read. This is the hotel we're staying at tonight, right here. And there's the one we stayed at 2 nights ago.
The museum was basically just a bunch of printed banners, but it did have some information on New Mexico's history. And from there, we headed over to the historic Richardson's Trading Post, which has been here since 1913.
Commemorating the 100th anniversary of this trading company.
The trading post started its life functioning kind of like a pawn system for the Navajo community. And while it's more a store today, it has one of the largest collections of Navajo rugs in the region. From the trading post, it was only a 5-minute drive back to our hotel, the El Rancho.
Alright, we're in the Marx Brothers suite, which I didn't even realize has these 2 beds. And then it also has this bed. So apparently we can invite somebody else to come spend the night with us today. And then here is the bathroom. I like that shower curtain. That is very strong. Let the record state that Pops isn't paying for any room on this trip, but yet he took the king bed for himself.
It was an accident. So because we're in the Marx Brothers room, I think it's important to give a couple important Marx Brothers lines. You know, one morning I shot an elephant in my pajamas. How I got my pajamas, I have no idea.
Back to the hotel's history, it actually opened in 1937, and during the 30s and 40s, more than 100 westerns were filmed around Gallup, and the hotel became known as the home of movie stars, with guests including John Wayne, Humphrey Bogart, Lucille Ball, Kirk Douglas, and Ronald Reagan.
Alright, I'm looking for a book that will open a secret door.
I'm not going to show you what book it was because that would spoil the fun, but look at where you get to go when you pull it.
Wow. There's literally a secret book that you pull down and opens unless you go into this cool room up here. Best hotel ever. How cool is that? It's a secret room.
After wandering around for the hotel for a while and hanging out in the secret room, we headed out to get dinner at a love spot known as Jerry's Cafe that's been here since 1976. And with how popular it was at 5 p.m. and the amount of locals eating here, we knew it must be good.
These are called flat enchiladas, so instead of rolled up, I guess they're just laid all flat and stacked.
And I got the combination plate with the chili relleno and an enchilada. It's just cheesy goodness right there.
Probably too high. Those of you who know about this, enchilada sauce and a fried egg together, just the most amazing combination. Nice crunchy onions in it. It's a fabulous combination.
And then it also comes with sopapillas and some honey, which is a personal favorite of mine. New Mexico food is just on another level. I love the spicy chili. And I always get the green and red because I just like the 2 different flavors. Man, that was a good place for dinner. Pop's plate was so clean that he's told them that they could just put someone else's food on it and just send it back out. It was... We're gonna go back and see the hotel at nighttime, and that'll be the end of today.
Definitely go to Jerry's if you're in Gallup, and note that there's a muffler man right around the corner if you want to see that. And then exploring our hotel at night was pretty cool. The neon sign here is awesome, especially the El Rancho, charm of yesterday, convenience of tomorrow. We started our 13th day on the Route 66 road trip by heading to Gallup Coffee Company to grab ourselves a coffee and a pastry before continuing on towards Arizona.
All right, we are leaving New Mexico and heading into Arizona, and the next 2 days on Route 66 may be my favorite. We'll see. On the corner of New Mexico and Arizona, there's a bunch of Native American trading posts. Most of them aren't open in the morning, but this one is. Here's where we're at, right on the corner of New Mexico and Arizona. I was surprised by how big this store was when we went inside, and there's all sorts of Route 66 merchandise here, plus there's different Native American artwork and jewelry as well. And of course there's aliens, because why not? They even have a medicine man fortune teller here. Back in the car, we officially crossed over into Arizona, and then we pulled off to see the old Fort Courage. Last time we came through here, there was the ruins of an entire fort right here, but now all that's left is the tower and that small building right there. Sad day. Pops was hoping to live out his F-Troop dreams again. Heading on from here, there's really not much to see as it's a pretty remote area, but you will come across a national park, which you should definitely stop at. We made it to Petrified Forest National Park, and we're gonna spend the next couple hours exploring here. I love this. It says 1 Main Street Route 66 because Route 66 used to go right through the park. If you're only interested in the Route 66 portion of the park, then be sure to go to these first 2 stops before you continue on. This is our first stop in Petrified Forest National Park. It's the visitor center, and it's also an old hotel that used to be along Route 66. Known as the Painted Desert Inn, the structure that you see today was built by the Civilian Conservation Corps in the 1930s. It operated as a Harvey house from 1947 to 1963, and there were plans to demolish it after that, but luckily it was saved and you can still see it today. It's cool that you can see kind of how it would have looked back in the day. Check out this menu from Painted Desert Inn. Frankfurter sandwich with potato salad for 55 cents. Check this out. This is a petroglyph they found in 1934. It is humongous. There's also a national park store here with lots of Petrified Forest merchandise, and you can go outside and see some amazing views from the back patio area. That's a really cool visitor center inside of that historic inn, and if you want to drive the whole national park, it takes about 45 minutes. That's without stopping at all. That's what we're going to do now. This northern part of the park has kind of its own distinct view from the part that we're about to head into, so at least stop at 1 or 2 of the viewpoints. Right in the middle of the park, there's the historic Route 66 sign to show where it used to go. Once you pass that Route 66 sign, you'll actually see an exhibit that they've set up to show where Route 66 was in the park. So this is the only national park that Route 66 actually goes through, and then you can see those telephone poles out in the distance. Those are the actual alignment of Route 66 through the park. There's no road there anymore, but that's where it would have been. This section operated from 1926 to 1958, and what was cool is that there was a docent there who was telling us more about Route 66 and about all of the artifacts that they find along the route when they walk it. From here, you can head back to the entrance and get on I-40 or continue all the way through the park. This is the I-40 that we're crossing over right now, which is the road that replaced Route 66. So it's kind of interesting that the park crosses over this road. I'm only going to show you a few of the highlights in the national park in this video. If you want to see my full video on the national park, I'll link to it in the comments. But first up is Newspaper Rock, which you should stop at since it's a quick walk to the overlook. This area is called Newspaper Rock for the more than 650 different images that are carved into the rock below. I can't even imagine how many there would have been probably 100 years ago. I'm sure a lot of them have been lost or chipped off as souvenirs, and it's still very impressive even with that. That area is called the teepees, and look at how impressive that kind of mountain formation is over there.
This is really a remarkable place, and once again, I love these layers. And there's a little kiosk over here that explains very specifically what they all indicate in terms of different time periods. It's really fascinating to see this, and not only the science behind it, but it's just so beautiful. It's a very surreal landscape you don't see anywhere else.
Of course, one of the best ways to experience a national park is to get out on the trails, but even without doing that, just driving through the park and seeing some of these surreal landscapes gives you a great appreciation for how beautiful it is. We figured we had some time to do some hiking though, so we headed to the Blue Mesa, which is the most popular trail in the park, and it's about a mile long with 100 feet of elevation gain. This is just a cool hike that takes you down into some of these unique geological formations. And it's hard to showcase the colors through this video. It looks a lot more vivid in real life.
It's really interesting when you go by these pieces of petrified wood, they like sparkle. And just talking to the docent here, the park ranger, she said it's because of the crystallized quartz that's in there. That's part of the reason for the fossilization, the petrified nature of it.
It's a little steep getting out, 100 feet of elevation going back up. Definitely not that fun in the summer, but not bad. Also, the nice thing about this park is that you can see a lot of it in only a few hours, which is what we're showing you today.
From there, we went to a few more overlooks that give you great views out into the distance and actually show you some petrified wood in front of you. And then we did one more short hike. The second trail is also really popular and it's known as the Crystal Forest. It's about a mile long and it lets you get up close with some of these pieces. I love the colors of the petrified wood. The reds and oranges and grays, it's cool. And then for our last stop in the park, we headed to the Rainbow Forest Museum and Visitor Center. Here you can ask questions of the different rangers, you can learn more about how the wood was formed, you can read about the animals that live in the petrified forest, and the ones that used to live here thousands of years ago. There's also a trail that leads from the back of the visitor center called the Giant Logs Trail. It's less than a half mile and it takes you up to some full pieces of petrified wood, like actual trunks of a tree.
Alright, here's the biggest one back here and you can see how it compares to Pop's right there. It almost feels like a redwood tree or something with how big it is. So we spent about 2.5 hours in the park. You could easily spend the entire day here. If you want to see more things to do, I basically did everything in the park last time I was here. Check this video out, and we're heading back to Route 66. This is hilarious. This gift shop on the edge of the national park has 2 cars with petrified wood sticking out the back.
Leaving the south side of Petrified Forest National Park, it takes about 25 minutes to make it back to Holbrook, which is our next stop on Route 66.
This is something known as the Rainbow Rock Shop, and look at all of the dinosaurs they have outside. And then they have an insane amount of petrified wood.
The rock shop wasn't open when I was there, but it's still a cool place to stop by and take some pictures. We headed on though to find a place to get something to eat, and we stumbled on Colonel Mustard's Hot Dogs. This restaurant sits inside of a 1950s gas station, and it's actually a fun place to get a Chicago-style hot dog in the middle of the Arizona desert. And then on the way out of Holbrook, there's one more famous place that basically everybody stops at, and some people even spend the night.
This is one of 2 wigwams on the route, and we are spending a night at the one in San Bernardino about 2 nights, so we didn't stay at this one. We're still gonna go check it out.
This wigwam motel opened in 1950, and it was the 6th of 7 ever built and one of only 3 that remain today. It's especially cool because of all of the old cars that are situated outside of the teepees.
So yeah, we'll show you the San Bernardino one in 2 days, and if you've stayed at both of them, let me know which one is better in the comments.
There's also a drive-through sign in Holbrook, but we didn't stop for that one, and then we continued on towards the Jackrabbit Trading Post.
We're going to Jackrabbit Trading Post. You will immediately recognize the sign, slightly different from the one in Cars, but this is a great spot. The people that were running it last time were just lovely people, and there's been signs for this 12, 13, 1400 miles away, so this is fun stuff.
The Jackrabbit Trading Post was opened in 1949, and it was one of those original Route 66 marketing wins, as they had signs for hundreds of miles in either direction, and people just had to get off to see what it actually was. I actually picked up a piece of petrified wood here because I thought it was pretty cool and they had some good prices.
Alright, this is the moment of truth. Can Pop still get on the Jackrabbit 7 years later?
Vote yes or no. If you say no,
maybe.
You are wrong. And as the owner said, keep on hopping.
Keep on hopping, baby.
So the question is, will Josh be as agile as his old man getting up on the rabbit? Oh, he's struggling already. Look at that. Well, nothing more. Oh, he made it.
Oh, it's hot.
Put your feet in the stirrups. Woo! Nicely done. Wow.
Keep on hopping
Wow.
at that Jackrabbit Trading Post.
Shout out to the other YouTuber Bondo Billy we met while we were there as well.
We made it to one of the most popular stops on Route 66, right there, standing on the corner park.
It's a girl, my lord, in a flatbed Ford, slowing down. Take a look at me.
I think she's waiting to take a look at me. Nah, not you.
This corner attraction opened about 20 years ago, and it commemorates Take It Easy, the Eagles song written by Jackson Browne and Glenn Frey. If you've never heard the song, then go listen to it and you'll understand some of the references better. We talked to a worker in a store that told us that local legend was that Jackson Browne actually broke down here while driving Route 66, and that's where the line from the song came from.
There hasn't been enough things to stick your head in, so Pops can be the Take It Easy angel. There you go. You'll always be an angel to me, Pops.
And an angel would say, take it easy.
There's the girl in the flatbed Ford right there.
All of the stores around the corner have Route 66 stuff, Eagle stuff, standing on the corner stuff, and some truly random stuff.
Just in case you were wondering, you can buy grenade hot sauce here. There you go. It sounds beautiful. I can really hear that guitar coming through. This is a pretty sweet spot, and it's a fun place to take a picture on Route 66. I did not realize till last time though that was just a fake wall. Everything down here is Take It Easy. There's a Take It Easy store and it has the quote right there, and then there's another Take It Easy store right here.
If you're an Eagles fan and know this song, this is a spot you definitely don't want to miss on your road trip. But even if you're not, you'll probably have fun and maybe you'll walk away with a new appreciation for the great song. Continuing on from here, you're basically driving the freeway as there's no real Route 66 out here.
I pulled off the highway at Meteor City because I wanted to take some pictures of it, and here it is, it's actually open. Makes sense that in Meteor City you'd be greeted by aliens.
When we drove through here the first time, it was just a rundown building, and I was shocked to see it actually have something inside of it.
Oh man, I always love a good laughing Sally. It's so creepy. They have an actual Neanderthal in the back, named Leonard.
They're really trying to make this a cool roadside attraction. It'll be fun to see how it continues.
Check it out, they even have some cars out here that you can paint. It's too bad we don't have any of our paint from Cadillac Ranch. So they have these little carts that you can pay to rent, and then back behind the western town there's actually a dinosaur area that you can drive.
We didn't do that on this trip, but let us know how it is and we'll probably try it next time.
It's cool to find new spots on the drive like that, and lots of little silly things you can do inside.
And then from there we decided to take a detour and go to Meteor Crater National Landmark.
This is the largest fragment of the 150-foot meteor that created the crater. Wow, that is the first view of the meteor crater. It's so massive.
Located about 10 minutes off the freeway in Arizona, Meteor Crater was formed 50,000 years ago when a meteor they believe to have been 150 foot wide hit this area.
This is amazing. Supposedly this is the best preserved meteor crater in the world, and it's huge. Look at the size of that. And it's actually privately owned still.
How come you never bought a meteor crater? I could be living off the meteor crater right now.
I have a meteor crater. It's a much smaller one.
At the Meteor Crater, there's a few small trails that you can take, or you can sign up for one of the guided tours that happen once a month and that can take you further along the rim. We just did the two short trails, one to the upper lookout and one to the lower lookout.
I've seen this spot many times, and every time I come, it takes my breath away. It's just incredible to see how big that crater is. Very windy though.
After exploring the Meteor Crater, there's a few other things you can do here, like the museum that they have inside, which talks about different types of meteorites, different events that have happened around the world, and how they study this particular meteor crater as well.
Lunar Lookout Photo Station, and look at who is begging to be an astronaut.
I finally got one that respects me.
Well done. You look like you're floating through space.
Yeah, so I know what it's like to UVU. I travel with this guy, you know, and
It's just wild to see. Like, that's the building that we're in right there, and that's how big the meteor crater is.
That's what we're seeing at least once. It's just crazy how big the meteor impact is and getting a look at the crater. Got a few more stops before we make it to Flagstaff. We've made it to Twin Arrows, but as you can see, it's single arrow now.
This location once housed a popular trading post that was built in the 1950s, but it closed in 1998. All that's been left for a long time is the rundown building and the 2 twin arrows out in the distance, but within the last 7 years, the second arrow fell down as well.
You can see the remains of what would have been something to cook with, I'm guessing, for the service station in there.
If you go inside, be careful. A lot of it was falling apart and there was nails and things sticking up in the different pieces of wood.
The song says not to forget Winona, but we drove around for about 10 minutes and we didn't really see anything in Winona, so we didn't forget it though.
we didn't forget it, but it's kind of like they're not helping us remember it either.
All right, on to Flagstaff.
From here was on to Flagstaff to check into the Hotel Monte Vista. This is another iconic Route 66 hotel which opened just 7 weeks after Route 66 itself in 1927.
This is our room at the Hotel Monte Vista, a very historic hotel. Got some interesting floral patterns going on, a little bit of a heater action over there. There is a television. And there is the bathroom right there. And we have a view of downtown Flagstaff.
We hung out in here for about an hour until the sun went down, and then we went out to walk around and explore the city of Flagstaff and to see what it looked like at nighttime. Unfortunately, the neon lights on our hotel weren't fully lit up, but it was still a pretty cool city to walk around at night with lots of interesting things to look at. And that's it for day 13 on Route 66. We started our 14th day on the route by going to Fire Creek Coffee Company in Flagstaff. This is the coffee shop that I always go to every time I'm in the city. They have good pastries and good coffee. And then from there we started the drive west, and I actually really like this portion of the drive as you get to go through a nice forested area as you leave from Flagstaff and start heading down towards Williams. As you enter into Williams, be sure you give yourself some time here as this is one of the coolest cities in this stretch for Route 66. There's just so much going on here and it feels like one of those hidden gems.
Starting our morning exploring the city of Williams, which is one of my favorites on the Arizona portion of Route 66. There's a lot of cool stuff to do here, and it's especially good at night.
I recommend just parking your car and walking around the main street, going in the many different shops. So this is the world's largest steel Route 66 sign, it says, and there's Pops for reference.
Check out this vending machine made out of an old gas pump. That is pretty cool.
Pretty much all of the shops on Main Street have Route 66 merchandise, with many of them having old cars and other things to get you into their shop.
That's actually the oldest hotel in Arizona, and we stayed at that in a previous video I will link up here.
One of the reasons Williams really feels like Route 66 is that it was the last town bypassed by I-40 in October 13, 1984. And so it got to be Route 66 for a lot longer than many of the other towns we went through.
There's a couple more Route 66 things to see, but before we do that, we have to go to the Museum. Pops, how excited are you about the Museum?
Museum's up there with
Grand Canyon?
no, Uranus.
In your excitement levels?
Yes.
While this may seem like just a silly museum, it's actually a pretty cool science-backed experience. And the guy who created it, George Franson, holds the Guinness World Record for the largest collection of fossilized poop with over 1,200 verified pieces.
This is the world's smallest fossilized poop, and this is the Guinness Book of World Records' largest fossilized poop.
It's completely free to enter, and it's definitely a great stop for the whole family.
Did you change your attitude on the Museum?
I may have something in here.
If you hear that train horn, Williams is actually a fantastic place to take a trip to the Grand Canyon. So if that's something that you're interested in, you can click up here to see the video that we did taking the train to the Grand Canyon.
We had 2 more stores that we wanted to visit on the outskirts of Williams. Last time I was here, I said this guy looked like Pops, the Pops giant. I don't know. What do you guys think? Maybe a 20 years younger Pops?
I am Pops. Oh, you're talking about this guy?
That guy. And check this out. It is Mater and Lightning McQueen put together on a real car. This is a real car. Awesome. This place is known as Cars of the Mother Road, and it may be my favorite store on all of Route 66. There's just so much to look at, things that you can purchase and things that you can't. Believe me, it's worth the stop. They have a full crocodile skin along the top. We're adding our dollar to this awesome store in Williams that has dollars literally all over the wall. Wow, that is a good spot. Check it out, we got our dollar bill right in the front near the cash register.
So when you come on by, see if you can find it.
I thought I had seen everything, and then I walked to the other side of the store and there was all sorts of old cars. There's a Bob's Big Boy and lots of other things to see. This is an amazing store just for the sheer decorations that are all around it. Williams is a great Route 66 town. Do not miss it. We were trying to leave Williams, but we saw another place to stop at, and look at how big that petrified wood is. It really is hard to leave the city, as everywhere you look there's something Route 66 related, and this was an old restored service station, but when we went inside, we realized it's an amazing rock store with all sorts of crazy rocks you've probably never even seen before that you can purchase. We actually spent about 30 minutes with the owner just learning about the different rocks and where he sources them from. And of course, if you don't like rocks, you can actually buy a rattlesnake here as well. This is a really great stop, and not even for the Route 66 stuff. The guy there went to school for gems and minerals and has one of the most amazing collections of gems and minerals I've ever seen, and is so knowledgeable about talking to him. I even bought something to take home. It's just a really, really cool stop. From there, we drove the highway for another 20 or so miles as there was no Route 66 here, but one of the best driving parts was coming up. This is one of the coolest parts of Route 66 in Arizona. We are beginning the longest remaining continuous stretch of Route 66 now, and we will be driving it all the way to Kingman. This is the kind of thing Pops gets very excited about.
I love being on the actual road, yeah, for sure.
Once you get off and you start driving on this road, you'll go for about 5 miles and then you'll reach the town of Seligman, one of the most iconic on Route 66.
When you're on Route 66, gotta get to Seligman, and here we are, excited to be here.
It's said that Pixar's research team personally visited Seligman, and that Radiator Springs and its story draws on the story of Seligman and its decline when the highway bypassed it. We started our time by visiting the Snow Cap, which was opened in 1953 by Juan Delgadillo, Angel's brother, who we'll learn more about later. This place is so fun, and the people working here are really great with fake mustard that they pretend to shoot at you and just jokes while you're ordering. Like to mess around here, you don't know which one of the sides of the door to open. I love this, celebrating 100 years, still surviving for Seligman's 100-year anniversary. Welcome to our world. That's a huge hot dog. You got a 12-inch hot dog or something?
This is funny, this is the hot dog with everything on it.
It doesn't look like it has a lot on it. That's hilarious. I definitely made a better call than Pops. I got the green chili burger and he got the 12-inch dog.
Hot dog. And a malt. I've been wanting a malt this whole trip. I finally got it.
Is it good?
Oh yeah. Great.
Cheers.
Oh.
No need to.
That's a good classic burger with some green chilies on there and cheese. What more could you want? How's your dog?
Dog is good.
Of all the towns, this is definitely the one that feels the most like Cars, and so it's fun that they have these kind of old cars out here in the back. I highly recommend you just park your car and wander around. There's all sorts of fun shops to go into with different knickknacks and souvenirs that you can purchase, and everybody's just walking around and having a good time, feeling that Route 66 nostalgia. This is the birthplace of historic Route 66, and it really is the birthplace when you hear about the history as to why it's still Route 66. A lot of it is because of this store and the Delgadillo brothers. There's the man himself, Angel. He's 99 years old. The story of Angel on Route 66 is that he opened his barbershop here in the 1950s, and it was prosperous until 1978 when Interstate 40 bypassed it. Refusing to watch the town fade, he started the historic Route 66 Association of Arizona, and they persuaded Arizona to designate the stretch from Seligman to Kingman as historic Route 66, the first such designation anywhere on the highway. This sparked a preservation movement that spread across all 8 states and made Route 66 what it is today.
I asked if he ever comes in anymore, and they said that he loves making birdhouses, so he makes a lot of birdhouses, but this is his original chair where he used to do his barber stuff. And this talks about how the interview that they did with Angel for Cars is one of the things that led to the creation of Radiator Springs and kind of him telling his story, which is the story of cars.
We got in the car and headed about a half mile down the road, parked again, and then explored some more of the shops in Seligman down here. It's just fun how all of the shops and businesses get in the spirit here, and there's cars all over with the eyes that look like there's something out of the movie.
Look at this Fillmore with all of the stickers on him. We saw something that said most stickers on a car on Route 66, but this one definitely has way more than that one did.
I'm not gonna lie, it's overwhelming the amount of stuff there is to see here. There's just all sorts of cars everywhere. There's a building with a plane crashed into it. There's one that has a motorcycle museum in the back. Take some time and explore this spot.
Look at this one. I think this might be my favorite. It's like a souped up Lightning McQueen. This guy's pretty cool though too. He definitely looks like he has a mouth with that grill in the front. And this car has a toilet on top of it because why not? You guys might not know this, but Pops has actually been called the hippie cricket. So there he is, the hippie cricket.
And with that, we're saying goodbye to Seligman and continuing on. As you leave Seligman, it's about 87 miles from here to Kingman. And during this stretch of Route 66, there's not really much to see other than just the endless landscapes of Arizona. I think it's a beautiful section of Route 66 as it allows you to just take in the natural beauty of what this road was. There is a cave that you can tour called Grand Canyon Caverns, but I didn't tour it this time. I did on the previous Route 66 video though, if you're interested in seeing that. We kept our eyes peeled for anything that we could see, and we saw a couple cool old signs, but other than that, it's basically just enjoying the natural beauty. And the next time we got out of the car was in the small town of Hackberry.
We made it to the main stop on this section of Route 66, the Hackberry General Store.
When we came through Hackberry 7 years ago and saw this store, this was one of the first times that we realized how unique the drive would be. It opened out here in the middle of the desert in 1934, and it operated continuously until I-40 bypassed the area in 1978. After that, it sat abandoned for 14 years, and the story goes that Bob Waldmeyer actually bought and reopened the store in 1992. He sold it in 1998 with the explicit condition that they preserve the same dilapidated character that he loved, and that preservation agreement still holds today. When we were there were dozens of people shopping, and there was even a live band outside. It was just a fun place to walk around and to see all of the different things they had for sale, the old cars and even the old garage.
That's definitely a cool stop, and it feels like we're starting the desert portion of Route 66 as we head to Kingman and then on to Oatman.
Leaving Hackberry behind, it's more remote driving for the next 20 miles as you make your way into Kingman. And then when you reach Kingman, you'll see a lot of the old historic hotels, and you'll find a city that really loves its place on Route 66. And for our first stop here, we headed to the Powerhouse, which is where the Route 66 Museum is.
In case you're driving a Tesla, you can charge it here.
In terms of Route 66 museums, this is another of the best ones to see along the route. And before you even enter the museum, there's an awesome exhibit on the Delgadillo family that you should definitely read. The old Powerhouse building was built in 1907, and they used it for a few decades before it shut down in the 30s. The future of the building was unknown, but they opened it as a visitor center in the late 1990s and then as a Route 66 museum in 2001.
This is interesting because it's like the cars from Grapes of Wrath and what it would have looked like going across the country on Route 66. And here's a historic picture of Kingman, and we actually saw this sign as we were coming into the city today.
The exhibits here do a great job of tracing everything from the Dust Bowl migration to 1950s car culture.
This is a really good museum. It's very interesting and interactive. It has some places to take pictures, and look, I mean, there's even a little replica city street right here.
I love the way that they're picking up on history. I mean, we were just in Seligman, and there's a lot about Angel Delgadillo, which tells you how important he was in the development and ultimate kind of revitalization of Route 66. But this place has lots of great pictures, lots of great stories. It's totally worth a stop.
This is cool. It's an old picture of the powerhouse when it was in use and then now as a museum. There's even some exhibits on the powerhouse showcasing some of the concrete pillars that were used in its construction in the basement. And here's a bunch of the movies that featured Route 66 in it. Of course, Grapes of Wrath, and then, of course, Cars. The Mother Road is calling and I must go. Attached to the Route 66 museum, they also have an electric vehicle museum. And it's just a bunch of old electric cars. I read that this opened in 2014, and it's kind of interesting to see the history of electric cars that they have here. This is a Tesla from 2008. Of course, there's lots of souvenirs if you want to pick something up, and then as you're leaving the museum, they have another one of those drive-through shields where you can take a picture of your car going through the Route 66 sign. Before leaving Kingman, I wanted to backtrack a little bit to go to the El Trovatore, which is another historic hotel right in the middle of town. One of the fun things about this spot is that it has the world's longest Route 66 map. So you can walk it all the way along and see all sorts of different things. This started as a service station but was converted to a motel in 1939. Next time I drive through the area, I'll try to stay here because I would love to see how it's lit up at night. But we still had to make it all the way to Needles, so unfortunately we had to say goodbye to Kingman and continue on. And the next section through the Black Mountains and into Oatman is certainly one that you want to have some time for.
Hey, I need to find a rest stop. Sorry.
Don't worry, there's one right there on the side of the road.
Perfect, I got it.
Yeah, it's pretty funny. There is a rest stop that someone put in as an art installation here. We saw our first donkeys on the road up to Oatman. We're still a good 25-30 minutes away, but there they are. Heading up into the mountains, don't forget to stop at Cool Springs Station. This is an interesting spot as it was originally built in 1926 to help people who were traveling over the infamous Sitgreaves Pass in the Black Mountains. It was destroyed by a fire in the 1960s, and then it was bought in 2001 and completely rebuilt by the end of 2004. It's pretty much the only thing on this stretch of road for 20 miles in either direction, so it's really cool that someone wanted to rebuild this and preserve the history for others to experience. These are the guys we're going to be seeing soon in Oatman. They're a little bit more squishy here though. It's cool to see that picture of it from 1942. The Rio Radiator Springs, Cool Springs, Arizona. From Cool Springs to Oatman, there are over 150 curves, with grades up to 12% and some sections with no guardrails at all. Add to that the fact that there are donkeys on the roads and you may see them as you're going around a turn, so go slow. On the way up to the pass, I saw a small turnout and some people there, and so I pulled out, and there's stairs that took you up to a little overlook and a fish pond. The fish pond of Route 66. There's even a little bit of food that they leave here to feed the fish. So there we go, pour a little bit of fish food in. That's kind of wild, there's little goldfish up here. That's something I never expected to see. All right, Route 66, you continue to surprise me. Also a pretty epic place for a road shot as well. I wonder how often those fish actually get fed. I mean, they seemed pretty hungry, but I wonder how often people are coming up here and looking at it. Continuing on from here, we made the last few bends up to Sitgreaves Pass, taking the opportunity to pull out whenever there was a good view. We made it up to Sitgreaves Pass, which is the high point, and then when we go down on the other side, we have almost just as many bends, I think. This is a fun drive, but it is not for the faint of heart. It's like 190 or so bends, and most of it without a guardrail. As you make it over the pass, there's a turnout on the right-hand side that I highly recommend you do. You can hike out to the point here and you can get some great views out over the mountains surrounding you and even down on the road that you're about to drive. When you do this drive, take your time. As you can see, it says 10 miles an hour going around some of these bends. This was the original alignment of Route 66 until the 1950s, and it earned a grim nickname of Bloody 66
because of all of the car wrecks from people going off the side. I read that some travelers were so terrified of the roads that they'd actually hire local drivers to take their car across instead of driving it themselves. And I don't blame them, as I imagine it'd be pretty terrifying if you were driving in a Model T. And as you come over the mountain and make your way into Oatman, you will notice the donkeys almost immediately.
And here it is, the small town of Oatman.
In the early 1900s, Oatman was a popular mining town, and by its peak in the 20s and 30s, the population had swelled to almost 10,000 residents. But when the mines shut down and Route 66 was realigned, the town's population collapsed to a fraction of its size. Today it's just a tourist town with around 70 free-roaming wild burros descended from the abandoned mining animals and walking around the town for tourists to enjoy. Plus, they have daily staged gunfights on the main street.
Look at this classic shot. This is just exactly what you'd expect from an Old West town. There's shooting galleries, there's shops, there's all sorts of cowboy-related stuff. It's a fun spot. I love Oatman. It's silly, but I was excited to come here again.
There's not really a lot of attractions in the town other than the shops and the Oatman Hotel. The Oatman Hotel is especially cool because the walls are lined in dollar bills, and it's a great place to get a burger if you're interested. We looked around to try to find our dollar bill from the first time we visited, but we couldn't find it.
While you're here, be sure to go up and see the Gail Lombard Honeymoon Suite, which is up the stairs. This actually used to be a hotel. You can't stay here anymore, but you can still wander around, you can have food, and you can see the honeymoon suite.
In 1939, Clark Gable and Carol Lombard spent their wedding night at the Oatman Hotel after marrying in Kingman, and it's said that the couple returned often.
It's a ghost. No, it's Pops.
The thing I like about Oatman is that it kind of feels like a living ghost town. You see all of these old buildings and this almost cowboy western type feel, but yet it's still thriving as a tourist location, and it has the addition of the donkeys wandering around.
Man, it looks just like you, Pops. Standing on the corner in Oatman, Arizona. It doesn't have as good of a ring to it. Slow it down. It's slowing down to take a look at you, though.
Slowing down to take a look at me. Oatman is a cool spot. It's kind of very kishy with the stores and the different kinds of souvenir places. But this is the star of Oatman. Here you get to interact with these burros, which are such lovely animals.
What do you think about Oatman, Pops?
Well, I think that Pop is the star of the channel. At least that's how I see it.
Get your kicks. They're perfectly posed right now. All right, we're heading in to the haunted mine.
I just saw this on the way out, and so I figured I'd poke my head in, but it's just a very small mine. There's not really much to see. I kept waiting for something to jump out at me though, and luckily nothing did.
And with that, we're saying goodbye to Arizona, and we're heading towards California and Needles.
From the outskirts of Oatman, there is a shortcut and you can cut across to get to Needles, but we wanted to drive Route 66 the whole way, so from here it takes about an hour to get down, cross the border, and then get back up. This really is a great drive though, as it's beautiful and it's not as dangerous as it felt going over the Black Mountains. And there's expansive vistas out in front of you and basically no one else on the road. As we got closer to the border, we saw a turnoff for Top Rock 66, and we figured we'd poke our head in and see what that was. It seemed like it was a place where you could dock your boat, and a restaurant and bar, and there was even a swimming pool. It was Memorial Day weekend though, so it was really busy. We just poked our head around and then we continued on. Route 66 is the freeway here, and so you'll hop on and you'll cross over the Colorado River.
Here we are in California, the last state on Route 66.
We got off as soon as there was a sign pointing out historic Route 66, and we drove past some old motels and a few murals, entering Needles and then seeing if there was anything that we could see on this stretch. The downtown area was pretty dead when we got there, but there was a few murals, there was a building from the 1930s, and then of course there's the classic Harvey House.
This is one of the top stops in Needles. It's the old Harvey House, but unfortunately can't really see much of it anymore, just from the outside.
We drove a few more blocks, saw a few more signs, and then continued on towards our hotel and dinner.
Ending our day at the Wagon Wheel restaurant on Route 66 in Needles, complete with the Route 66 license plate and a gorilla on top.
They also have Tesla chargers here if you're looking for that. The Wagon Wheel restaurant has been sitting here on Route 66 since 1978. It's a local favorite and a great place to get a meal on the route since it has some interesting history, including the fact that its menu cover was designed by Bob Waldmeyer, the artist we talked about earlier. I did the cowboy skillet for dinner and Pops did the chicken fried steak. He's gonna see how it compares to the best on the route or whatever Tulsa said they were.
That was gonna be tough to beat.
All right, the moment of truth, Needles versus Tulsa.
The crust is much better in Tulsa. Doesn't have heat, doesn't have the greasiness or the spice with sausage. So I'm gonna go Tulsa. This is good. I think Tulsa.
I am very happy with mine. It's like the cowboy skillet. It's got pot roast with eggs and sour cream and chilies. It's like stick to your ribs food. We're just going to a standard hotel tonight, so that's it for today. We will see you tomorrow for our second to last day on the route. As we head into our last day, California, note that the filling stations and quirky roadside attractions that you've seen on the previous days are almost gone, at least for a while. Route 66 feels different in California. It feels remote, and in times it feels almost lost, but there's still some cool things to see that we'll show you today. And after about 30 minutes of desert driving, we arrived in the small town of Goffs, population 23. Our first stop of the day was at Goffs Schoolhouse, which was built in 1914 when enough railroad families had settled nearby to need a school. Route 66 stamp, lift lid, and stamp the pad. Route 66 went through the town of Goffs from 1926 to 1931. After it was realigned, it started becoming a ghost town and the school itself closed in 1937. The building sat in disrepair all the way until 1998 when the Mojave Desert Heritage and Cultural Association decided to restore it. It's an interesting spot. It was a schoolhouse from 1914 to 1937, and then during the war, it was a place for General Patton to use for his Desert Army training. Now it's just a museum, and there's lots of interesting mining stuff and Route 66 stuff and all sorts of stuff you can see here. This is kind of what to expect in California today on Route 66, a lot of isolated desert type stuff. There's also a large outdoor museum with a trail that you can walk through mining equipment, stuff related to Mitchell Cavern State Park, and even an old bus. You can just drive along the dirt road and see a lot of it. In case you were wondering, they actually have an EV charger out here. Tesla charger. Not sure how well it works, but she told me it was working, so that's pretty cool. Leaving Goffs, it's another hour of remote desert driving until we get to the town of Amboy. When you get back towards the highway, this is where Route 66 would take you out to Amboy, but this has been closed for as long as I can remember, so if you want to go to Amboy, you got to get on the freeway and get off on Kettlebecker. So that's what we did. We got on the freeway, we took it for another 20 or so minutes, and then we got off at Kettlebecker and headed south to get to the town of Amboy. A lot of people do skip this town because it adds a lot to your day, but we do think it's a pretty cool stop. Here's the other section coming down from the freeway that also shows that Route 66 is closed going east.
If you're doing this in the future, make sure to check whether that road is open or not.
And then 5 minutes later, we made it to Amboy and the famous Roy's sign. Pops, what happened last time we were here?
Oh my gosh, the last time you were here, it was so exciting. So this is clearly one of the most important neon signs on the entire route. And the lady talked to Josh about being able to switch it on, and he let me switch it on. So I got to turn on this incredible neon sign at night. It was so fun. What a cool experience.
Post that up here if you want to watch it. Next, you can check out the recreated hotel lobby through the window. When we were here last time, they were hoping to actually get these cottages ready for the centennial, but as you can see, that is definitely not the case, unfortunately. Maybe sometime in the future this will rise from the ashes though, with a hotel behind and these kind of motor courts in front. We're not spending a lot of time here today. We did do an entire video including climbing the crater. You can see that up here. Roy's opened as a service station in 1938 and expanded to a hotel in the 1940s. With the popularity of Route 66, the town reached about 700 people in the 50s before it was bypassed in 1972. It was a ghost town for a long time before Albert Okura actually purchased it in 2005 and started working on building it back up again. There's also a small post office and a small church and a shoe tree. In case you were wondering, gas is $7.99 currently. This is the man who was responsible for saving Roy's and also for the original McDonald's museum, which is later on the route. I highly recommend that you climb the crater as well if you're into hiking and it's not the heat of the summer. It's a pretty cool experience to climb a volcanic crater on Route 66, and you can see that in the Amboy video. But for us, we just continued on with another 45 minutes of desert driving. Here's the Baghdad Cafe. We ate here the first time we came through Route 66, so we're not eating here this time, but it's a popular spot if you like the movie. The cafe opened in 1958, but it became really popular in 1987 when a German film known as the Baghdad Cafe was shot here. It was actually called the Sidewinder Cafe, but they changed the name to capitalize on the movie. Heading on, we continued our desert driving to the town of Barstow.
We made it to Barstow, and this is the Barstow station, which is like a McDonald's train station.
Supposedly the Barstow station grew from a McDonald's that was overwhelmed by tour bus traffic on the road from LA to Las Vegas. Because of that, they expanded and they added train cars that you could sit in, kind of making it look like a railway hub with shops and other restaurants as well. And then from there, we drove along Barstow's main street and saw some of the murals before heading off to see if the Route 66 museum was open. This museum is never open. Literally never open when it says it's open. This is like our 6th time trying to visit it, and it's, again, not open.
The amount of times that we have tried to come here on times when it says it's open and it's not open, I can count those on almost 2 hands now.
So another strikeout at the Barstow Route 66 Museum, but if you go, let me know how it is so I know if I should keep trying to get there. And then crossing back over the train tracks, we saw a few more murals in Barstow and then headed on towards Victorville. If you're driving from LA to Las Vegas and you want a quick bit of Route 66, this is a good section, as it's pretty remote but it has a few cool stops, the first being Elmer's Bottle Tree Ranch.
We made it to Bottle Tree Ranch, which is probably my favorite stop in all of California.
This is such a unique spot. There's like nothing else like this anywhere, let alone just on Route 66, so this is a must stop.
Elmer Long spent his childhood camping in the Mojave Desert with his father, who loved collecting colorful glass bottles. And then after his father's death, he inherited the entire collection and he built his first bottle tree in 2000.
Each of these trees have something on top of them, ranging from guns and lights to even a helmet.
I'm always excited anytime I come here and it's still open, because after Elmer died, I never have any idea whether it's going to close one of these days or it's not going to be as cool as it used to be, but I can tell you that it is still an incredible place to explore.
Today, the 2-acre ranch holds over 200 bottle trees with over 1,000 bottles on them. With toppers including old road signs, typewriters, lanterns, traffic signals, and even sewing machines.
I got a chance to meet Elmer about 10 years ago before he passed away, and I recorded a history video of him telling you the history of the spot, which I'll link to you up here.
Of course he would find this anywhere we would go.
I present to you the newest addition to Bottle Tree Ranch, the Pops Bottle Tree.
That's right.
Continuing on from the Bottle Tree Ranch, you'll reach the town of Arroyo Grande.
This used to be one of my favorite Route 66 pictures right here at this old gas station, but fortunately it's dead now. It crumbled a long time ago and it looks like a house has been put in its place.
There's also a good pizza place called the Cross-Eyed Cow, and there's a cool antique store that you can see in Arroyo Grande. And be sure to keep your eyes peeled for this steel truss bridge from the 1930s as you're leaving.
We drove all the way to this spot, and this is where we were planning on having lunch, but unfortunately it says it's open online, but it is closed today as well.
This restaurant was originally built in 1947, but was sold in 1978 when it was renamed Emma Jean's. It's supposed to be a great place for a burger.
Fortunately, that's just the nature of Route 66. You can make the best plans and things are still closed.
Heading on from there, it was only a 10-minute drive to the city of Victorville and to our next attempt to visit a museum. All right, let's see if third time's the charm. This is the Route 66 Victorville Museum, which says it's supposed to be open.
This one is open. We have found an open museum in California, and it's a good one. This building has been keeping Route 66 alive in Victorville for the last 20 years, and it's actually a pretty good museum with lots of different things to see in a relatively small space. Plus, the workers there were great as well and answered a bunch of questions that we had about Route 66 in California. There's even a little thing about Roy Rogers back here because there used to be a Roy Rogers museum in Victorville as well. Entrance to the museum is free, but they do have some Route 66 memorabilia for sale if you wanted to purchase something and support the museum. Way to go, Victorville, the Route 66 museum, and that was a great stop. Heading on. Leaving Victorville, we hopped on the 15 freeway and headed south, going through the Cajon Pass, which can be a place that has a lot of traffic, especially after work time. And 40 minutes later, we arrived in San Bernardino at the original McDonald's museum.
So here we are at the site of the original McDonald's location.
This site is where Dick and Mac McDonald's opened the McDonald's barbecue restaurant in 1940. It served everything from ribs to sandwiches and had 20 car hops. Original barbecue menu from McDonald's in the 1940s. About a decade later, they decided to close the busy restaurant and reopen with a stripped-down menu of just burgers, fries, and shakes, which basically created that modern fast food model that we have today. I mean, I can't even believe that they still have these old bags, too. It's like people have actually kept these bags from 1992. I mean, that's pretty crazy. There's the evil Grimace right there. It's always kind of been a creepy character. There's an electric fry basket, a 1950s potato cutter, and an original mustard and ketchup dispenser. Here's a photo from 1955 of this location that we're at right here. This place was bought by Albert Acura, who we talked about in Amboy, and he actually created this museum. And this is the oldest surviving one, which is in Downey. It's actually really cool if you get a chance to get out there as well. And here's some actual memorabilia from the movie The Founder about McDonald's. If you're a fan of McDonald's or just fast food history, then it's definitely a great stop. In case you're wondering, they also have the world's most detailed mural, it says. I mean, it wraps around a lot of the building. I mean, it does look pretty detailed. I guess I can't really argue that claim. It also has a lot of fun places from California. There's the Integratron, and there was something with Amboy and all sorts of stuff. This is just a cool stop. I mean, who hasn't heard of McDonald's? There's 33,000 of these in the world. So if you're driving Route 66 and it's open, come check it out. Heading on from the McDonald's museum, it was time for us to go check into our hotel, one of the most famous hotels on all of Route 66. Known as the Wigwam Motel, this was the 7th of 7 wigwam villages that were built between 1947 and 1949. And like the one in Hallbrook, it's one of only 3 remaining today. Note that if you want to stay here, you do have to get it in advance as it does sell out. Alright, Pops is usually demoted to hanging out outside of the room, but he's going to be the tour guide for the wigwam.
What is that about waiting outside the room? But welcome to my wigwam. Look at this.
Wigwam number 20.
Here we go, come inside. This time there'll be no putting me in some little cot where I'm hanging over the side either. There are 2 full-size beds here.
Let the record state, because people used to say how mean I was to Pops, that he chose that. We did rock, paper, scissors, but he chose it.
We got a nice Route 66 vibe going on. Little fridge, a TV for Mario Party a little later, a little bathroom.
You're going to fit in the shower of this bathroom?
One of the things, come on in here a second. One of the things I like about these old hotels is this kind of tile feel where you step down too.
Hey, Pops, go step in there and show. This is what it's been like to be Pops on Route 66.
This is not as bad. We literally have one where the shower is hitting me right here. I have to kind of kneel in order to take a shower.
So this is a primo Route 66 shower for you?
This is pretty good. So. Yeah, but so welcome to our hotel room. We'll see you later.
The story goes that by the 2000s, the motel was so badly deteriorated that I didn't know whether it was going to survive. But in 2003, the Patel family bought it and fully restored the property, and it's a great place to stay now. I'm not gonna lie, I'm very excited about our last night on the Route 66 journey being at this hotel. For dinner, we headed about 7 minutes down the road to the Mitla Cafe, which was built in 1937 and was a very popular spot for Route 66 travelers before they made it to Los Angeles.
So the thing that's famous here is this taco, which is supposedly what inspired Taco Bell. It looks a lot better than Taco Bell though. All right, here we go. Good crunch, good meat, almost a little bit greasy, which is nice. I would say that's a strong taco right there.
According to the story, Glenn Bell, who ran a hamburger stand across the street, came over and learned how to make tacos here, and then he took what he learned to open the first Taco Bell in Downey, California. Regardless, it's a great place to get some good Mexican food on Route 66.
It's such an interesting area of San Bernardino. There's really nothing around it, some storage units and stuff like that. And then you have the Wigwam Motel right across the street.
As with the previous nights, I went out to see what the hotel looked like at night, but there wasn't really any neon to see, so we headed in for the end of our 15th day.
Starting our last day on Route 66, only about 60 miles left to Santa Monica.
Leaving San Bernardino behind, we started the drive to LA and we stopped at Nook Coffee Bar to get a pastry and a coffee. And then from there, it was only 5 minutes down the road to the Cucamonga service station, which is the best restored service station in California.
So this service station's only open for a few hours a week, on a couple days a week, but it's still cool to stop by and see it even if it's not open.
I don't live that far from here, so the next time it opened, I took my family over there so I could show you the inside. It ran as a service station until the 1970s when it closed, and no one knew what was going to happen to the building, but a non-profit in the Inland Empire took ownership in 2013 and restored it. It's a cool place to visit when it's open, as the people there were really knowledgeable and it has a working bell. Back on our Route 66 journey, we continued on Foothill Boulevard, stopping at the Sycamore Inn, a steakhouse from the 1800s, and then again stopping across the street at the Magic Lamp Inn, which is another old restaurant on Route 66. Do note that on this last day of driving, a lot of Route 66 charm is gone, as it's been replaced by massive cities in Southern California, and so you really have to look to try to find things. And next up, we made it to the Aztec Hotel in Monrovia, another place that is no longer open but that you can still see from the outside.
This is a cool spot in California, this Aztec Hotel, but I don't know if they're ever going to open it again. Last time I was here, it wasn't open either. I don't see any information about it online, but still worth coming and looking at it. It is pretty cool.
Continuing on from there, we were headed towards Pasadena, but we made a quick stop at the Windmill Denny's. And then we drove on to a McDonald's on the outskirts of Pasadena, which has an interesting historical connection.
So if you're interested in really old road history, even before Route 66, go to this McDonald's and come see this sign.
1902, a man named Albert Bancroft put a series of these signs to mark roads in LA. And this is the last remaining one, and it happens to be on Route 66.
Pasadena is a great place to spend some time with shopping and cool restaurants, but for us, we headed on to the Colorado Street Bridge.
Colorado Street Bridge is a historic piece of architecture near Route 66, and this is one of the best places to see it from.
You guys know I love bridges, and this is one of my all-time favorite bridges, so definitely come see it if you get the chance. The parking is a little rough here though, there's not a lot of spots.
The place where we're at is called Desidero Neighborhood Park, and like I said, there's only about 8 parking spots down here and it gets filled up. But if you're able to snag one, this is an amazing place to get views of the bridge, especially because when you see it from above, there's a large fence now. And then from there, we continued on towards the Fair Oaks Pharmacy.
Our Route 66 journey in California is very anticlimactic. The Fair Oaks Pharmacy is also closed, but you can get a malts or a soda there from the old-fashioned soda fountain if you want.
Continuing on from here, hop on the 110, also known as the Arroyo Seco Parkway. This was technically the first freeway in the United States and the first one that Route 66 ran on one of its alignments. Plus, it gives you access to the Chicken Boy statue.
We're in the Highland Park area outside of downtown LA, and you gotta stop and see Chicken Boy. There he is, right there. Chicken Boy sits right on top of a Mexican restaurant.
I have to say, that's pretty awesome. It's hard to park here though, so we pulled up in a red just to get those shots, and then we continued on the Arroyo Seco Parkway into downtown Los Angeles. The goal here was to get to the original end point of Route 66 right in the heart of downtown LA. Right on the corner of 7th and Broadway is the actual end for Route 66 from the original alignment. So that's all that's left there, is just that sign right there, but it's still cool to be able to see it. Again, that's another hard place to park, but it is fun to drive down through this part of LA as there's a lot of historic buildings and signs to see. And then from there, we hopped on the freeway towards Santa Monica. Remember, as you're planning your LA day, traffic here is horrible, so note that it's going to take longer to get anywhere than you think. We've made it to Santa Monica, only a few more stops before we get to the end of Route 66. We left our car in a central parking garage and then we set out towards Mel's Drive-In. For lunch, we're going to Mel's Drive-In, which calls itself the end of the route. Route 66 ends here. Believe it or not, this corner is actually the official end of Route 66 after it expanded from downtown LA to Santa Monica in 1936. I love this Route 66 fish tank right here, it's so cool. We knew we were in the right place when we sat down and they had a Route 66 Centennial menu. Had to share a vanilla malt to end the trip, and look at that. You know it's good when they give you the extras in this cup. I went with the Scrambler and Pops went with the Route 66 burger. I told Pops that we've had enough hamburgers on this trip, but he couldn't resist one more hamburger.
Gotta end the way we started all along the way. Why change something that's working?
Last burger review of Route 66 2026.
Smash burger. I've gotten into smash burger. And that is a really good burger. Wow. About doing the smash thing where you get a little bit of the burntness on it. Excellent burger.
Route 66 ending strong. We're getting a certificate of completion signed by a Mel's employee. That is pretty cool. How excited are you right now?
This is pretty epic. Oh, nice.
He's filming.
I love it.
You know, I got a certificate of completion, baby. Look at that.
It's so cool. I will say that is pretty cool.
Fantastic.
I got mine too.
I always talk down a little bit on LA for Route 66, but going to Mel's was a very fun end, and those certificate completions just something that they give you if you complete the drive, which is a really fun souvenir to take home with you. That was a great stop in California, really fun diner, good people, Route 66 history, and we parked over by the pier and walked over here, so we're going to take an interesting modern mode of transportation to finish our time on Route 66.
This is a cool modern way to end Route 66. This is the future maybe of Route 66. Drive it in a Waymo
the entire way?
Do a Waymo on the drive.
In case you're not familiar with Waymo, they're a driverless taxi.
So here we go. I got to push start ride. Heading to the Santa Monica Pier.
Driving right by Mel's Drive-In, finishing our Route 66 journey.
This car really scoots along. It's crazy.
I definitely hope that my next drive on Route 66 is just a car driving me the entire way.
Driving the last mile of Route 66 in a Waymo. We might be the first people who've ever done that.
Maybe. That's right.
Goodbye, Waymo. Thanks for the futuristic Route 66 assist. I think Pops is in love. We figured that after 3 weeks, it was only right to buy the cheapest souvenir shirts we could find in the Route 66 museum for the last part of our journey.
But cheap does not mean ugly. I mean, look at that.
Pops might start wearing it. You might see that in another video in the future.
That's right. I'm gonna start wearing all my videos.
There's the famous Santa Monica Pier sign. We just have to walk down the bridge to the end of Route 66. In case you want to go on another journey with us, we also drove all of Pacific Coast Highway, which starts right there. You can see that video up here. While the pier was never actually the real end, it became this symbolic end in 2009. Before taking a picture with the sign and ending our journey on Route 66, we decided to walk all the way out to the end of the pier and see the Route 66 stuff they have out there. And right at the end of the pier is a tribute to Bob Waldmeyer, the last stop at the end, Route 66. Knowing how much of an impact he had on the route, it's cool to see this out here for him. Look at this, they have these 100-year anniversary shirts for $10.
I'm gonna have to grab one. It's a great place for souvenirs too. Everything outside is 2 for $5, and then the shirts were $10.
So yeah, if you wait to the end to pick up a magnet or a sticker, you can get it for pretty cheap out at the end of the pier. At least until they watch this video and raise their prices.
We have made it to the end of the route, but we have to wait in line, take a picture with the sign. Do you think all these people did the route?
I can't imagine they did, but maybe some did.
Just kidding. I think it's awesome to take a picture of the sign, even if you didn't do the route.
We met a couple of YouTube followers, and we've seen them a couple places, and now they're here finishing the route, so well done.
We made it to the end of the route.
All right, baby, made it to the end.
And just like that, 2,400 miles. Nice work, Pops.
That was an awesome trip.
That was epic. It was way better going from east to west than the other way. Hopefully you enjoyed this video with us. We'll see you on the next one, and here's some pictures of our journey. I'm Lightning McQueen, and Pops is Tomater.
I can't remember, what does Mater say? What's up Mater says?
I don't know. It's a good question.
Get her done.
I think that's the guy who does Mater's
voice.
voice.
That's not Mater.
Thanks again for watching our videos. I can't believe it's 7 years since our first trip on Route 66. We couldn't have done it without you guys. We'll see you on the next one.